Finds some gas in the tank as Benson carries it in. Here comes the late trailer. Back to Benson, into the slot for a shot. Scores. What a play.
Yeah, McLeod's going to finish this one off. And
somebody pinch me. The Buffalo Sabres hit 108 points on the season and clinched the top spot in the Atlantic Division after defeating Chicago last night 5-1. Tage Thompson also scored his 40th goal of the season. He scored 2. They wrap up the regular season tomorrow night at 7 o'clock from KeyBank Center. Then it's off to the playoffs. Around the NFL, Lions general manager Brad Holmes said the team has already discussed picking up the fifth-year option for Jahmyr Gibbs. The 49ers signed edge rusher Cameron Sample, formerly the Bengals, to a one-year deal. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon is visiting with the Dolphins. ESPN's Jordan Reed reports that Indiana wide receiver Omar Cooper Jr. is meeting with the Jets as well. In baseball, the Blue Jays get underway with the Brewers at 7:40 tonight. The Yankees beat the Angels 11-10 yesterday. The Mets lost 4-0 to the Dodgers, and the Red Sox fell 13-6 to the Twins. Join Schulp & Bulldog for the annual pre-draft special Thursday, April 16th from 4 to 6:30. Streaming live on YouTube. Get the latest on who is being mocked where. Hear from the insiders and guest appearances from Jeremy White, Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary, and Sal Capaccio. Brought to you by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals, visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
It's Jeremy. WGR.
We're going to need a banner. We need a banner in here. It's a Victory Banner Tuesday.
And not like a mocking banner.
No.
This is a real one now.
It might be too deep of an internet pull, but is today the day we remember all of the greatest fake banners in Sabres history we hung? I went to the Twitter account at Sabres Banners and started scrolling through, and there was the one where a goalie scored a goal and had an assist against the Sabres. That was the first one I got that really hit me. So
scored a goal and had an like the goalie scored a goal?
Yeah.
Who scored against
Owen's
them?
going to know this. Who did it?
I'm pretty sure it was Nedeljkovic on the Penguins, if I'm not mistaken.
Scored a goal and had an assist.
Yeah, it was a big night for him.
He should have gotten a fight. He could have been the first goalie to get a Gordie Howe hat trick.
Right.
Wow.
So the Sabres are your Atlantic Division champs. The downside is that the game against Dallas has no meaning, and really none. Not even the Carolina race, right? They could catch Carolina, I guess.
No, they can't.
They can't? Okay,
because they got a point last night.
That's right. It was in overtime.
The upside, though, is we get another episode of Colton Chaos on Wednesday night now because there's no way they're playing Luukkonen.
Listen, I was away for how many days? 7 shows.
Men went back to the moon since you've been gone.
True.
Let's put it that way.
They went and returned.
Humans went to the moon since you've been gone.
That's right. And I missed a Colton Chaos game where he took off his helmet and then put it back on and made a save, and that's everything I need. While I was away, I saw people embracing Colton Chaos, which is exactly what we need. Colton Chaos likely gets their last game. They can rest whoever they want. They are going to be the 2 seed, right? They're the Atlantic Division champs. They are the Atlantic Division champs.
They were in last place in December. In the division.
They were the only team. They were only team in the East with a winning percentage under 500 at one point.
Right.
That was one of the.
I saw that
on Sabres Banners. That was another one.
Yeah.
The only team in the conference under 500 at one point, and they are now the Atlantic Division champs. And there are so many things to say about the season and all of it, but I want to say, what number run of this is theirs right now? 4th? They're 5th? Like, they're hot again.
Yeah, 4-game win streak, and that is, how many 4-game win streaks have they had? Yeah, like maybe this is the 5th one?
Yeah, they've had a bunch. They've had every couple, every 15 games, they don't look so good for 3 or 4.
Right.
And then they just crank it up. Last night, especially the third period, the final 2 goals the Sabres scored. You could watch those 2 goals the Sabres scored to close the game. They're globe-trottering the Chicago Blackhawks. I was like, all right, this one's over. Yeah. This one's over. Tages was a beauty, and McLeod's was a beauty. While it was gone, Ryan McLeod started shooting again.
He did, yes.
All right.
Yeah.
More victories.
They were just showing off on that last
Get
goal
a banner
yesterday.
for McLeod shooting again.
Yeah.
He's shooting and scoring.
This is their 3rd longest win streak since the 10-game win streak. 3rd longest since the 10-game. Right. They had a 5-game win streak, and they had an 8-game win streak, and now they're on a 4-game win streak.
And I think they had a 4 before the 10-game win streak, somewhere in there. Maybe not.
Maybe. They had a 3 also. They had a couple 3s in there. I mean, they are since the screenshot of where they were on, what was the exact date? December 6th?
Okay, yeah, I was going to say 5th.
Or
yeah,
5th,
December 6th.
5th or 6th. Like, since they are 11-13-4 and in last place in the NHL, in the Eastern Conference, their record is...
It's obscene.
Like, I can't believe their record in that amount of time. It's, 36 wins and 9 losses, whatever. Yep. Like, it is just an all-time run. It is as good as any team. It is, the record, at least, is as good as any team in the league has ever played in that amount of time. That's why, like, I don't feel bad saying multiple times, even after they got hot. Like, all right, they're not going to win the division. I would have said that a lot. Like, they're not going to win the division. It took them, look what it took them doing. It is historic what they did to win the division. And I think the division is not like, Tuck kind of had this attitude, like, we're not doing it to win the division. Is there even that much of a benefit if it's Montreal or Ottawa? It might be if it's Montreal, Boston. But, like, I can understand that. And home ice, the 1 versus the 2. For me, it's just more the accomplishment of what you had to do to win the division.
Yep.
Since December.
108 points.
Also, thank you, Red Wings.
Thank you, Red Wings.
Thank you, Red Wings. Playing for nothing, down 2 in the 3rd period. They came back against the Lightning. Did you watch any of that game?
A little bit.
The Kane setup on the tying goal, I don't know where he came from. I've never seen a guy cheat a play when the other team still had the puck. He, like, swooped in from, like, I know the clouds, wherever he came from, to steal that puck away and tie it. Yeah, thanks, Red Wings.
I saw the early portions of that game. I saw Tampa tied on their breakaway because it was 1-0 early. Detroit got the lead, 2-0, and a goal got called off the board.
There was a goaltender interference.
Right, interference, and 1-1. But, yeah, it's kind of fun the way that the night lined up, where you could see what was happening, and then you kind of know, all right, this is for the division. As soon as Tampa loses, like,
as soon as they went to overtime.
As soon as they go to overtime, like, all right, if they, especially, well, whatever. The Sabres were in pretty good shape throughout. The power play, we'll talk about it. No, we'll get to it eventually. They are changing it, though. They're making tweaks.
Well, they made a tweak, and then it immediately ended up in the back of their own net.
True. Not exactly the tweak you were looking for.
14 seconds in. Yesterday we talked about, like, well, the only downside to what they did is if they ever go the other way, then Jack Quinn's the only man back. 10 seconds in, Quinn's defending a 2-on-1. That's not good.
Yeah, well.
They got through it.
You think they'll change it back? You got to give it more time. You got to give it time to work out.
They're not who on that power play unit's playing on Wednesday.
True.
I don't want to play Dahlin.
No Dahlin, no Tage.
That's a reward of getting it wrapped up last night. You want to sit Tage, you want to sit Dahlin, Luukkonen, who else? Let's make a list. It's week 18 against the Jets, and they've clinched the AFC East. Who are they resting?
803-0550, our phone number. You can give us a ring. It is a Victory Banner Tuesday here on WGR. Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock. I was thinking as the night started to go on, like we finally get to ask him something where he says more than just like it's about this game, which he's been doing a lot this year. Like, we're keeping the focus on this game, on this game, on this game. And then last night in postgame he said, "I'm going to take a minute to enjoy this hat." The Atlantic Division champion hat. So, and they don't even have to really think that much about the next game. Fans can go, this is the flip side of, if you can remember, maybe I shouldn't bring this up in the first segment. The first game after they clinched the tank was a home game to close the season. It didn't matter if they won.
It was against Pittsburgh.
It was against Pittsburgh, and we all were like, you know what? We can all go there and really just have a good time, and we'll close the chapter here on this. Whatever.
I remember wanting them to play that whole game without a goalie.
That's right.
We just try something tonight.
Something fun.
Like, this game doesn't matter. Let's see what would happen. You go 6-on-5 the whole game. What would the score be? I wanted to find out.
So the Stars come in. They have nothing to play for. You have nothing to play for. The Eastern Conference, all 8 seeds have been locked in. Ottawa's in. Boston's in.
Yep.
The Flyers clinched last night. Washington, Detroit, Columbus end up being the teams just on the outside.
The Flyers with their 10th shootout win of the year clinch, and exactly how it should have happened for them.
They have 26 regulation wins in 81 games.
That's unbelievable.
26 in 81
and they're
games.
going to the playoffs.
The Sabres have 42. It is really a
42
shame.
42 regulation
It really
wins.
is a shame that Pittsburgh, of all the spots you'd want to be, of all the teams you might want to be in a seed, you really might want to be the Penguins. The Penguins get to play the Flyers, who are the worst team that will make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
That they have 96 points. That's the low. They're probably the worst team that makes the playoffs, and they get to play a team that will be tied for the second worst, basically.
Yeah.
Because the entire Metro division could finish with more points than Pittsburgh, who is Atlantic. The entire Atlantic could finish with more points than the second team in the Metro.
Yeah.
Cool format.
It's a lot of fun, though, to have the playoffs end and not be mad that it is impacting the Sabres negatively, because it really isn't a ton. A little bit. Like, who they play in round 2. But,
Sure.
But, like, they'll play either... What? They play the 6th best team instead of the 7th best team.
Do you know who should be...
For them, it's not that different.
No, do you know who should be...
different as it's for other teams.
Who should be upset is Carolina. Carolina, I mean, they're playing... Whatever. It's Ottawa who's 97 points. But Carolina should play Philadelphia. And instead, they're playing a better team.
That's right.
Because the division is so loaded.
But for Carolina and Buffalo, you're playing a team that's one spot lower than you would otherwise be playing. Whereas, like, Tampa's playing a team that's like 3 spots higher.
Right. It's the 3 versus 4 Tampa Montreal.
3 versus 4.
And then
what it is.
Pittsburgh is 5 versus 8 in the first round.
Right.
I guess if you wanted to look further ahead to the playoffs and all this, we'll talk today about Ottawa or Boston. Who you'd rather play? I'd rather play Boston myself.
Yep.
But then again, I'd rather not lose to Ottawa. What am I trying to say? Whatever. We'll get to that.
The feeling of losing to Boston would be worse than the feeling of losing to Ottawa?
100%. Yes. How obnoxious it would be to lose to that team, Boston's at the top. It'd be obnoxious to lose to Boston. Ottawa.
I think it'd be a little obnoxious to lose to Ottawa, too.
Anybody you lose to, it's going to be obnoxious. But Boston again. The last time the Sabres won the division and made the playoffs like this, they lost to Boston in the first round in 6 games.
And they were the 3 seed.
Because Boston chopped Thomas Vanek's ankle out from under him. And, former Sabre Johnny Boychuk. Anyway, we'll get some calls in here. 803-0550. Can you believe it? They won the division with a game to spare. Only needed 81. Only needed 81. 52, 22, and 7.
I never thought the year they'd break it. Win the division. This division has been unbelievable this year, but really for a decade. This division's been insane.
Yeah, you can't crack into it.
Every year, the team that makes the cup is the team out of the Atlantic. Like, it is a juggernaut.
Is that happening again this year?
Kingpin teams. Yeah, it's happening again this year.
Isn't it definitely happening this year?
They won one of the hardest divisions ever to win. I remember looking like a month ago. I'll have to look again. By by points percentage, this was like the best division since they went to 18 divisions. Like in 15 years, this is the best division there's been. And they just won it. That's insane.
Not bad.
They didn't win the Pacific with 94 points. They won a division where there are 2 other teams with 106. Yeah, there are so many ways to put into perspective how impressive what they just did is. Like, that banner next year will be so well-deserved. And, among division banners, the last one that's up there, 2010 Northeast. Like I look up at that division, I don't really feel anything for that division.
The thing I think about
that's the Vezina year. I remember that.
It's Miller's Vezina and Myers Calder, and that was a year where they were great defensively. They would get leads and they would absolutely shut teams down.
But I don't remember that division being like this big fight right down to the very end. Maybe it was close. I don't remember.
They went pretty much wire to wire, and you're right.
Maybe that's what it was from beginning to end.
And I'm not sure. You're right. Do I remember it even being a race? I'm not even sure. I'll check to see.
I'm looking. They won it by 6 points.
Okay. Yeah.
So it was. They really weren't sweating it. So for that, don't really remember that part of it. I mean, it's an accomplishment too, but this one will be looking up at that banner in 15 years and remembering, that's the year they broke the drought one. I mean, really, can we put that in like a little like parentheses at the bottom or something, like drought breaker or whatever? And also that's the year where it was Tampa and it was Montreal and it was back and forth and it was great teams all over the place. Like, that banner is going to be well-deserved.
Yep. So to that one, real quick, and we'll get some calls in here. They won it by 6, as you pointed out, and they finished the season 5-5, while the other teams caught them a little bit. So, like Ottawa,
they were further than 6.
Ottawa picked up 4 to 5 points on them in the last 2 weeks, so they were probably up by 10. Like they were just cruising all the way.
It was only 5 teams, right? Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That's right. 803-0550. Who wants to call and talk about the Atlantic Division champion Buffalo Sabres? Justin in Pittsburgh will get us started. Good morning, Justin.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. Great.
So I think that this is a special division title, mainly because the last time they got it, it was 5 teams, and now it's 8 teams. But also keep in mind that the last couple of years are the first 2 seasons in which the Atlantic has sent 5 teams, because otherwise it's been 4 from the Metropolitan, 4 from the Atlantic, or the other divisions obviously had 5. So it's been really competitive, and it does make this season, compared to when the Bills broke the drought, it definitely feels like this is so much different. Like the expectations, not just to, like be in the playoffs, actually going far would be amazing. But I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
Thanks, Justin. Yeah, I had a friend talking about tickets and how difficult it is. And she asked me, is there any thought to the idea of not getting tickets this year but waiting because next year is maybe their chance to win it? Like the Bills when they broke the drought, like Justin said. Like, no, I mean, you should, if you want to plan for future rounds, you could gamble that way. Don't buy game 1, home series number 1, because you're going to go for game 1 of the second series.
Right.
It does feel, every time we say it, it feels a little bit like you're, skydiving. Like, they can win the Stanley Cup. Like, I'm looking out the door of this plane thinking, I mean, yeah, right? They
yes.
can.
They can win. Because if they can't win the Stanley Cup, then you're only allowed to say, like, 2 teams can win the Stanley Cup.
And that's Colorado and
Tampa.
And why is Tampa better than you?
Just because of playoff experience and
okay.
whatever. Like those are the things you're going to be saying if you're saying the Sabres can't win it.
But of the things I want to have going to the playoffs, I am, knock on wood, pretty healthy, right? Pretty healthy.
They are the only guy that they're missing that I would really like for them to have back is Ostlund.
Right.
I'd also like to have them have Carrick back.
Yep.
But like Ostlund would be like, give me him.
But if this were as hurt as they get, you'd take it 100 times out of 100.
Oh, sure.
So they're relatively healthy. And the other thing I feel great about right now, and this is something like we've charted over the course of the year, is UPL not peaking?
He was great last night.
Is he not peaking?
He wasn't tested a lot, but he was great.
Again, like he's making big saves for them. The whole, what are they going to do? Will it cleared itself up, and he looks like he's locked in. If you want to go in feeling good about the way you're playing, I've got Tage scoring. I've got McLeod's back scoring.
Dahlin's Pronger and Friedman are saying he's the Norris Trophy
I've
winner.
got Doan looking like he's not that he went to sleep, but like Doan's production is kind of coming back. Norris scores a goal last night. Like right now,
McLeod was the guy that kind of went away, and he's been back the last week.
It's almost like everyone's kind of waking up at the right time, and we'll see. A series will define it, but
Norris can shoot again.
Yes, he can.
Norris can shoot again.
Yes, he can.
Look at this.
Taking the mantle of whatever. Norris shot it because Timmins didn't. Timmins makes that incredible move.
Who was that guy?
Right.
Was that Connor Timmins? Guy was like, I'm going to get into game 1 here. Watch this.
Are they calling him Connor McDavid in the locker room tonight after that, or last night after that move?
That was insane.
Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550.
Oh, it's so much fun.
There's a playoff game.
It's like you're right. Like everybody's playing well.
Everybody's playing well.
I don't know. Stanley's playing well.
Yeah.
He played well again last night, I thought. after his best game of the year. Who's not playing well right now? The Mets PDO stuff has gone away. Maybe that's the thing. But everything else, everybody else is like peak form right now. Greenway was my complaint last week. No one got into a little bit about him, is that he's so slow out there in the ice. He was flying around the ice last night. I haven't seen him skate that fast as a Sabre. So everything looks good. Everything.
I just can't believe there's a playoff game this week.
Yeah, it could be
weekend.
In 4 days? 5 days?
Yeah.
Saturday could be the game one.
Start thinking about that. I saw the NHL releasing the Stanley Cup final schedule and thinking, all right, June 20th is game 7 if necessary. Gotta start thinking about that. But this week, what's going on this weekend? I don't know. Oh, what do you want to do? I don't know. I have no idea. When will I know? Thursday night?
Me and my brother yesterday were well, this weekend we should do this. And it had not clicked yet in my mind. Well, wait a minute. No, no plans.
No.
Can't make plans because we don't know when the game is yet.
Could they tell us?
What is it? Saturday afternoon?
Sunday
afternoon? There is a layout of when the games are. So I think we know what they could be. But am I going to get an afternoon game?
I bet we get an afternoon game.
I would love an afternoon game.
Would the Sabres being the first game up not be juice? Saturday 2 p.m. I think I saw is the first window.
That would be juicy. I also think Sunday at 1 o'clock is a window, and that might make sense for the NHL to go hey, let's do Buffalo. Sunday 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
it's going to be nice out.
They get
for everyone but Bulldog will be in Montana for that at 9 o'clock in the morning.
That's exactly right.
Listen, I had to wake up on my vacation just now. I had to wake up, I'd go to bed, and then get up at midnight to watch games. It was 5 hours ahead to try to watch.
That doesn't seem fun.
No, it wasn't that fun. Then I would fall asleep and wake up.
They're trying to grow the game in Europe?
Well, it's tough.
That's what they say?
It was midnight. But I saw some of the action. I was trying to watch them clinch the playoffs. Since I've been gone, they clinched the playoffs. They clinched the division.
Yep.
Been crazy. Ray on a cell phone. Hey, Ray.
Good morning, guys. It's been fun watching them this year. It's been, in the beginning, you're kind of December, January, it's okay, they're going on this little streak, and okay, when's it going to crash? And it didn't crash, and I give credit to the coaching staff and the Sabres. But the guy I'd like to see rested is Malmstein. The kid's been a human pinata the entire year. He blocked another shot yesterday, and it would be great to see him have the day off, but also give him an extension. The guy's earned it.
Yep. Thanks, Ray. We talked to Malmstein maybe a month ago and asked him about the idea of, do you like it here, extension? And we'll see. I would absolutely put him on the list for an extension.
He played a shift after he blocked that shot last night, so I hope that would mean that it's nothing bad for him. Sure, he could be on the list. He's a human wrecking ball, so you want to give him a game off and rest up to be that times 100 in the playoffs? I'd be fine with that, him being on that list. Some guys got to play.
Yeah, right.
I don't think they can just, although there's no roster limitations.
We've done this with the Bills before. How far could you take it of not wanting anyone to get hurt? You're playing a Dallas team that wants the same thing.
Right, and they're not playing Heiskanen and Hintz and a lot of their important guys already.
But these tickets have been sold and paid for.
Fans aren't going to be mad if Tanner Pearson plays 32 minutes, are they?
That's probably right. You're probably right. 803-0550. Tonight, Boston plays
New Jersey.
They're home against New Jersey. If Boston wins, that will lock in the Bruins, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Win in any fashion.
Yep.
Tiebreakers don't matter there because Ottawa's already clinched tiebreaker.
But they do
Boston.
need the 2 points to make sure they're ahead of.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because if they get one, then Ottawa just can beat the Leafs tomorrow, and they're the team. Is it the Leafs? I think it's the Leafs.
Yeah. If you're Ottawa, is there any thought to, do we really care? Ottawa's in. Ottawa could choose to rest. You want Carolina, or you want to push and try to get Buffalo? What would you want?
My instinct would say they probably want Buffalo, but I don't have to be right about that. They might think it's not a big enough difference.
Okay.
They might say, you know what, Carolina, Buffalo, not a big enough. I'll take the Metro side of the bracket.
That's exactly what I was going to get to.
Give me the Metro side.
The Metro side is if you beat Carolina.
I'm getting Pittsburgh or Philly in round 2. I'm going to the conference finals. You know what? If I'm Ottawa, I want to lose that game tomorrow. I don't want Buffalo because I want the Metro side, not because I'm more afraid of the Sabres, but yeah,
right.
Ottawa should be talking about losing tomorrow.
Just to put it,
also be funny because I think the Leafs would play themselves back into giving the Bruins their pick if they win tomorrow. That would be funny.
Just lay it out this way, which is if you are the 7 seed, which is the wild card 1, I should say, Boston.
Yeah, wild card 1.
You go into a bracket with teams that have 108, 106, and 106. If you are the 8 seed, wild card 2, you go into a bracket that has teams with 111, 98, and 96.
Yeah, I want that side.
You want that bracket.
Yeah.
Ottawa should absolutely take a look at the board and say, like, we'll stay over here.
Yeah.
We've played the Atlantic quite a bit. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Give us a ring. A victory banner Tuesday. The Sabres are Atlantic Division champs. It's wild. What a time. I can't wait for this playoff schedule. I got to know. Just got to know. What are we doing with our lives? Going to take over for the next, at least 2 weeks. Maybe more. When do you want to get into a conversation that they have to win the first round?
After I know who they play.
Boston.
If it's Ottawa, they might not be favored if they play Ottawa. Ottawa has better cup odds right now than the Sabres do.
Is that because of the Metro side of the bracket conversation at all?
I don't know.
Okay.
It could be.
It seems a little detailed, but whatever.
But it could be. Yeah.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. The playoff teams are in. The Sabres are in the 2 spot as Atlantic Division champs. We're talking about it with you. We'll talk about it with Lindy Ruff coming up at 8 o'clock here on WGR.
This is their third longest win streak since the 10-game win streak. Third longest since the 10-game. Right. They had a 5-game win streak, and they had an 8-game win streak, and now they're on a 4-game win streak.
And I think they had a 4 before the 10-game win streak, somewhere in there. Maybe not.
Maybe. They had a 3 also. They had a couple 3s in there. I mean, they are since the screenshot of where they were on, what was the exact date? December 6th?
Okay, yeah, I was going to say 5th.
Or 5th,
December 6th.
5th or 6th. Like, since they are 11, 13, and 4, and in last place in the NHL, in the Eastern Conference, their record is
it's obscene.
Like, I can't believe their record in that amount of time. It's what, 36 wins and 9 losses, whatever. Yep. Like, it is just an all-time run. It is as good as any team. It is, the record, at least, is as good as any team in the league has ever played in that amount of time. That's why, like, I don't feel bad saying multiple times, even after they got hot. Like, all right, they're not going to win the division. I would have said that a lot. Like, they're not going to win the division. It took them, look what it took them doing. It is historic what they did to win the division. And I think the division is not like, Tuck kind of had this attitude, like, we're not doing it to win the division. Is there even that much of a benefit if it's Montreal or Ottawa? It might be if it's Montreal, Boston. But, like, I can understand that. And home ice with the 1 versus the 2. For me, it's just more the accomplishment of what you had to do to win the division.
Yep.
Since December.
108 points.
Also, thank you, Red Wings.
Thank you, Red Wings. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? They won the division with a game to spare. Only needed 81. Only needed 81. 52, 22, and 7.
I never thought the year they'd break it. Win the division. This division has been unbelievable this year, but really for a decade. This division's been insane.
Yeah, you can't crack into it.
Every year, the team that makes the cup is the team out of the Atlantic. Like, it is a juggernaut.
Is that happening again this year?
Kingpin teams. Yeah, it's happening again this year.
Isn't it definitely happening this year?
They won one of the hardest divisions ever to win. I remember looking like a month ago. I'll have to look again. By like win or by points percentage, this was like the best division since they went to 18 divisions. Like in 15 years, this is the best division there's been. and they just won it. That's insane.
Not bad.
They didn't win the Pacific with 94 points. They won a division where there are 2 other teams with 106. Yeah, there are so many ways to put into perspective how impressive what they just did is. Like, that banner next year will be so well-deserved. And, like, among division banners, like, the last one that's up there, 2010 Northeast, like, I look up at that division. I don't really, like, feel anything for that division.
The
like,
thing I
that's
think
the
about,
Vezina year. I remember that.
It's Miller's Vezina and Myers-Calder. And that was a year where they were great defensively. They would get leads, and they would absolutely shut teams down.
But I don't remember that division being like this big fight right down to the very end. Maybe it was close. I don't remember.
They went pretty much wire to wire. And you're right.
Maybe it was from beginning to end.
And I'm not sure. You're right. Do I remember it even being a race? I'm not even sure. I'll check to see.
I'm looking. They won it by 6 points.
Okay. Yeah.
So it was. They really weren't sweating it. So for that, don't really remember that part of it. I mean, it's an accomplishment too. But this one will be looking up at that banner in 15 years and remembering, that's the year they broke the drought one. I mean, really, can we put that in like a little like parentheses at the bottom or something, like drought breaker or whatever? And also, that's the year where it was Tampa and it was Montreal and it was back and forth and it was great teams all over the place. Like, that banner is going to be well-deserved.
Yep.
Finds some gas in the tank as Benson carries it in. Here comes the late trailer. Back to Benson, into the slot for a shot. Scores. What a play.
Yeah, McLeod's going to finish this one off. And
somebody pinch me. The Buffalo Sabres hit 108 points on the season and clinched the top spot in the Atlantic Division after defeating Chicago last night 5-1. Tage Thompson scored his 40th goal of the season. He scored a couple. They wrap up the regular season tomorrow night at 7 o'clock from KeyBank Center. Then it's off to the playoffs. And speaking of the playoffs, WGR Sports Radio 550 is your home for every moment of the run. Grab your Let's Go Buffalo playoff signs now at Lenco Supplies, featuring incredible discounts going on now. And get there with Liberty Cab. Your ride on time every time. And looking around the NFL, Lions GM Brad Holmes said the team has already discussed picking up the fifth-year option for Jahmyr Gibbs. 49ers they've signed edge rusher Cameron Sample, formerly of the Bengals, to a one-year deal. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon is visiting with the Dolphins, and ESPN's Jordan Reed reports that Indiana wide receiver Omar Cooper Jr. is meeting with the Jets. In baseball, the Blue Jays get underway with the Brewers at 7:40 tonight. The Yankees beat the Angels 11-10 last night. The Mets lost 4-0 to the Dodgers, and the Red Sox fell 13-6 to the Twins. Join us in the fight against cancer by riding with the WGR Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 27th. When you sign up, you'll get a rider gift from WGR and Tom's Pro Bike on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Plus, at the event, stop by our table and scan the QR code for a chance to win a $1,000 gift card to Tom's Pro Bike. Visit WGR550.com for all the details. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Two Hawks on him. Tuck came away with it, then lost it. Picks it up again in the corner. Well, Thompson on the wall. That goes off a slagger right to the Sabres. And now Buffalo with a quick up here for Tuck with a shot. Scores! Alex Tuck makes it 3-1 Buffalo with 14:22 remaining here in the third period.
One of the highlights of the game, one of the moments of the game, brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Firth Jewelers, moments of the game. Hey, we've got the signs. The Let's Go Buffalo playoff signs. You can grab yours. The wait is over, Buffalo. The Sabres are back in the playoffs. They are division champs. And WGR is your home for every moment of the run. Grab your Let's Go Buffalo playoff signs now at Lenco Supplies, featuring incredible discounts going on now. And get there with Liberty Cab, your ride on time every time. You got the sign? Let me see that sign on the YouTube stream. There it is. The wait is over.
Yeah. We just didn't know the wait was also for the division.
I was going to say, like, we made all these signs, and they won the division.
Yeah. That's good, too.
A lot of people
didn't even need the division for the signs, but
a lot of people
we'll
have said this, and I want to echo this thought. We said this kind of throughout the process. Winning the division is amazing. It's great to be at home in the first round. I can remember, like, our little benchmarks along the way when you and I would come in the morning, like, they're going to make it, and they're going to start at home. And here we are now. They're not just starting home, they're winning the division. The banner and the rafters will be meaningful because you can't hang one to end the drought. Everyone would make fun of you, even though you could do that. Right? The Bills don't have a commemorate Tyrod's season helping them end the drought. We just all kind of have to remember that. It's in the oral history of the Bills. It's not actually in the building anywhere. Mm-hmm. And this one gets to go up and live there forever. It gets to be a reminder that good seasons can spring out of nowhere, and surprises can come out of nowhere and be good. Good surprises. This is a mantra I have in my life as I get older. There are still good surprises, and this is one of them. So the banner is meaningful to me. Like, I can't wait for banner night. Hopefully they're hanging more banners, you know.
What color will the banner be?
Blue and gold.
Blue as the base or gold as the base? Because they alternate the other banners.
That's true.
In order, it goes like, and some of these will include conference championships, and also there's a President's Trophy banner. That one's white. It goes blue, gold, blue, black, red, blue, white, blue. Blue is the last one. So if you're going to continue with the theme of alternating colors,
gold.
I believe this banner would be gold.
I'm into that. Gold.
A gold banner?
Yeah, it's a division winner, right? Like, although the other ones are blue for division winners.
Yes, that was an easy. Could have picked that up very easily just by reading. The two gold ones were conference title banners from the 70s and 80s.
Okay.
So all the division banners are blue.
Okay.
So I guess the alternating doesn't matter. It's by.
So they could keep it blue for that. Fair enough.
So I think the next one. I think it should be blue.
803-0550. We'll get Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock. At some point today, I want to do the thing. We do this with the Bills a lot with schedules. We know some of the windows for the playoffs opening up and what matchups might be best in each window, like where we should plan on the Sabres playing. I'm leaning toward, I mean, I know you've said Sunday at 1, and that could be right. I'm leaning toward an afternoon game. Buffalo-Boston.
Yeah.
That's a game that TNT really, are they all regional, though, in this round? But whatever, the national broadcast of them. Like, Montreal's going to be on Hockey Night in Canada. Book that. Book Montreal, or Ottawa, rather, for that matter, into one of those windows where it's on nationally in Canada at night, Saturday night. Anyway, get more of your phone calls, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Can you believe it? What are we going to – I need that schedule, not just for game one. What are we doing the next 2 weeks? What are we doing the next 2 weeks?
Just the team, the Sabres. Like, the fact that they could be playing for another 2 months.
Yeah, every win means you keep playing.
They could be playing for 2 months. I mean, 05-06 and 06-07, they're going into late May. So if they go on a real run here, and I think they are totally capable of that. Like, what you're getting is a bunch more. You're getting 20 more games, maybe.
Did you see the forecast for Saturday?
I saw it's going to be warm, right?
Yeah, it might be rainy. There's a lot of rain on and off throughout the week, and some wind too. But Saturday right now, precipitation, it says like 50-50, and the high is 75. 75.
So the windows for this week, the times are set. Saturday, 2, 5, and 8 are the 3 TV windows. Sunday, there are 4. It's at 1, 4, 7, and 10. So they won't be 10.
Won't be 10.
Knock that out. Anything else is probably possible.
I don't think they'll be Sunday at 7. No way. And
Why?
I just don't think, because you got a whole Western Conference to get to. And even those a lot of these playoff games end up being afternoon games in the markets. Like my Western Conference matchups, I'm getting to what? I've got Edmonton and Anaheim, and Colorado has got to host LA.
Yeah, you're going to get some Western or some Pacific time zone
So I don't think they'll be in either one of the late Sunday games. It's either, so I think you're looking at Saturday 2, Saturday 5, Sunday 1.
Probably. I mean, I guess you could have Sunday at 4 o'clock, and that's a 1 o'clock game for whoever out west.
That's right.
So that's possible. But yeah, you probably should consider it less likely.
Yeah.
For the Sabres. Saturday at 2. You want to kick off the playoffs?
Might. Buffalo, Boston.
I kind of like that. Kick off the playoffs with the Sabres at home returning to the postseason. Yeah, that's and because they have nothing to play for on Wednesday, maybe they'd be more open to, hey, Boston, if it's Boston. Boston didn't play on Wednesday. They were already done. They had the extra day of rest. The Sabres didn't play for anything on Wednesday. They basically had the extra day of rest. We're going to put them on Saturday rather than a series between two teams that were still trying at the end.
Yeah.
I'd have to really look, though, like, who's still really going for it? Who's got seeding to play for? Like, I guess if you're Tampa, Montreal, they're still fighting for home ice. So they could be playing for something. I don't know how hard they're pushing.
Edmonton and Vegas, that's not over yet.
Yeah, Anaheim could still be pushing for the division win.
Yeah.
No one's really playing for a ton anymore because all the spots are locked in. It's just seeding and who plays who.
803-0550. Larry in South Florida. Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning and welcome back, Jeremy.
Thank you. I was supposed to be back earlier, Larry, but travel issues, so here I am. Finally.
Well, I figured I was just going to say a couple more vacations. You're going to be Howard Jr. status, my friend. So congrats. Hey, Joe, I don't know if you remember, I was on the phone with you yesterday morning. I had a couple points, and then the call dropped. The first point got through where it'd be really important for us to not have a letdown game. Like that Ranger game was feeling like a major letdown game. So I know you got that in there, and we talked about that a little bit. But my second point was, and I was joking around with Joe Kelly, it's just too bad when we get a power play, we can't just decline the penalty and just stay 5-on-5 and get a few extra face-offs in the zone, because I just don't understand how this team can be so good. And, I mean, congratulations to Tage Thompson. He stepped it up last night. And that second goal, I think, was a booster for him, because he has not really scored on a one-timer like that in a while, because everyone's playing it on the power play. I think that's one of the power play issues, because they're just looking for that. But, man, was that something sweet to see. But if you guys could just give me your thoughts on why do you think this power play is struggling so much? And that turnover by Dahlin, when he just kind of lollygagged, dropped back, and they picked it off, I'm pretty sure it was Dahlin. I think that's got to move away, because you got to have a little bit more intention when you're dropping a pass like that, because their penalty kill was kind of all over us. And I hate that play so much, but I'd love your thoughts on that, on their power play.
I don't know what we saw last night. I didn't love how it flowed with Quinn at the top. It was their first time doing it. So I don't think I need to see that in the playoffs. There's not enough time to see it anyway.
That's the problem I would have, is that I would have liked to see that for 6 games.
Right. It feels like it's too late.
It's a very late change to try to get one game in.
Yeah. Give me Dahlin at the top. And Tage... By the way, on his goal that you're talking about, the second goal, that is such a good – he's so patient on that goal. Waiting. He knows the further I slide over here, like eventually Knight's going to have to move with me. And it's like he's just waiting. Like, go ahead. Oh, there you are. Bam. Like it was that's such a good goal scorer's goal by Thompson. The second one was easy. The whole net.
Yeah.
He still shot it as hard as he could.
The goal he scored, the goal Tage scores there is what gamers would refer to as the glitch goal, right? You skate across from left to right and shoot back left.
Yeah.
Like an entire industry of video game NHL hockey goals.
NHL 04, that's a goal.
NHL 94, that's a goal. You glitch goal every time. Oh, you just skated from left to right, then shot it back left?
Yeah. I don't know. Their power play, I don't know if there are answers. Like at this point, they're the worst power play in the East going into the playoffs. So I think they have to win the series at 5-on-5. Their penalty, their penalty kill could be great. Their penalty kill could even score shorthanded. But I don't want to trust their power play. I don't want to trust their power play going into the playoffs. They could score, but I'm not going in thinking that is an advantage because statistically it won't be an advantage against anybody they'd play.
Yeah. I'm trying to find the numbers. Power plays per game in the regular season versus the playoffs.
And called?
Yeah. How many more? Are there fewer power plays in the playoffs versus the regular season? I found a piece from 2023 that says since the 2016 playoffs, there have been like how many power play opportunities there are. That power plays actually increase in the playoffs, but it doesn't feel like it. I'll get the story here. It's from The Athletic.
Because that seems
seems crazy, right? You'd think there would not be as many power plays in the playoffs. But it might just be that since the teams are better, these skaters are better. You're getting the better scoring teams. They're probably creating more. Whatever.
I'm not sure.
I'll get you the breakdown because I'm inclined to think, well, if there's one thing I want to be bad at, it's the thing that happens 4 minutes a game. I'd rather be really good at the thing that happens 53 minutes a game.
Right.
Even strength, and they're very good at even strength. And all the teams that are in the playoffs that have made it are teams that are good at even strength.
Right, because it doesn't feel like it's obviously not 06. 06, there were 12 penalties called a game, right? And the Sabres were unbelievable on the power play, and that's part of what fueled them.
803-0550. We got a caller who says Wednesday's game against the Stars does matter. I'll tell you why in a minute. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Whole gang's here. Atlantic Division champs. River Hockey Division champions. The first year becomes River Hockey. They win it. Join us, Lindy Ruff, 8 o'clock here on WGR. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? They won the division with a game to spare. Only needed 81. Only needed 81. 52, 22, and 7.
I never thought the year they'd break it, win the division. This division has been unbelievable this year, but really for a decade, this division's been insane.
Yeah, you can't crack into it.
Every year, the team that makes the cup is the team out of the Atlantic. Like, it is a juggernaut.
Is that happening again this year?
Kingpin teams. Yeah, it's happening again this year.
Isn't it definitely happening this year?
They won one of the hardest divisions ever to win. I remember looking like a month ago. I'll have to look again. By win or by points percentage, this was like the best division since they went to 18 divisions. Like in 15 years, this is the best division there's been. And they just won it. That's insane.
Not bad.
They didn't win the Pacific with 94 points. They won a division where there are two other teams with 106. Yeah, there are so many ways to put into perspective how impressive what they just did is. Like, that banner next year will be so well-deserved. And, among division banners, the last one that's up there, 2010 Northeast, I look up at that division. I don't really, feel anything for that division.
The thing I think about,
that's the Vezina year. I remember that.
It's Miller's Vezina and Myers Calder. And that was a year where they were great defensively. They would get leads, and they would absolutely shut teams down.
But I don't remember that division being like this big fight right down to the very end. Maybe it was close. I don't remember.
They went pretty much wire to wire. And you're right.
Maybe it was from beginning to end.
And I'm not sure. You're right. Do I remember it even being a race? I'm not even sure. I'll check to see.
I'm looking. They won it by 6 points.
Okay. Yeah.
So it was. They really weren't sweating it. So for that, don't really remember that part of it. I mean, it's an accomplishment too. But this one will be looking up at that banner in 15 years and remembering, that's the year they broke the drought one. I mean, really, can we put that in a little parentheses at the bottom or something, drought breaker or whatever? And also, that's the year where it was Tampa and it was Montreal and it was back and forth and it was great teams all over the place. That banner is going to be well-deserved.
Yep. Jeremy White here for FanDuel.
This is their third longest win streak since the 10-game win streak. Third longest since the 10-game. Right. They had a 5-game win streak, and they had an 8-game win streak, and now they're on a 4-game win streak.
And I think they had a 4 before the 10-game win streak, somewhere in there. Maybe not.
Maybe. They had a 3 also. They had a couple 3s in there. I mean, they are since the screenshot of where they were on, what was the exact date? December 6th?
Okay, yeah, I was going to say 5th.
Or
yeah,
5th,
December 6th.
5th or 6th. Like, since they are 11-13-4 and in last place in the NHL, in the Eastern Conference, their record is...
It's obscene.
Like, I can't believe their record in that amount of time. It's, 36 wins and 9 losses, whatever.
Yep.
Like, it is just an all-time run. It is as good as any team. It is, the record, at least, is as good as any team in the league has ever played in that amount of time. That's why, like, I don't feel bad saying multiple times, even after they got hot. Like, all right, they're not going to win the division. I would have said that a lot. Like, they're not going to win the division. It took them, look what it took them doing. It is historic what they did to win the division. And I think the division is not like Tuck kind of had this attitude, like, we're not doing it to win the division. Is there even that much of a benefit if it's Montreal or Ottawa? It might be if it's Montreal, Boston. But, like, I can understand that. And home ice with the 1 versus the 2. For me, it's just more the accomplishment of what you had to do to win the division.
Yep.
Since December.
108 points.
Also, thank you, Red Wings.
Thank you, Red Wings. All right, this is a master stat very quickly. Jeremy and Joe, wide open for your phone calls on the other side. I'm a little late. Came from Joe Pompliano, Sports and Business. He pointed out that the Masters, in merchandise sales this week, they'll do $70 million in merchandise sales on a Masters weekend. $10 million per day, $1 million per hour. Wow. Every minute they sell $16,000 worth of merchandise. The $70 million in merchandise sale for Augusta in 1 week is $25 million more in merchandise sale than the Atlanta Braves do in a year. That is your stat of the day. 1 week, no online sales.
Yeah.
All on site, $25 million more than a Major League Baseball team does in a year.
Who has 80 home games a year.
On the other side, I want to talk about ticket sales. Playoff tickets, scalping processes, all this. Sabres Atlantic Division champs. We're going to try and figure out when Game 1 might be. I think we're think we're doing good work to kind of boil it down to some spots. Joe's got some more intel on the Western Conference playoffs this week. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
This is their third longest win streak since the 10-game win streak. Third longest since the 10-game. Right. They had a 5-game win streak, and they had an 8-game win streak, and now they're on a 4-game win streak.
And I think they had a 4 before the 10-game win streak, somewhere in there. Maybe not.
Maybe. They had a 3 also. They had a couple 3s in there. I mean, they are since the screenshot of where they were on, what was the exact date? December 6th?
Okay, yeah, I was going to say 5th.
Or
yeah,
5th,
December 6th.
5th or 6th. Like, since they are 11-13-4 and in last place in the NHL, in the Eastern Conference, their record is
it's obscene.
Like, I can't believe their record in that amount of time. It's what, 36 wins and 9 losses, whatever.
Yep.
Like, it is just an all-time run. It is as good as any team. It is, the record, at least, is as good as any team in the league has ever played in that amount of time. That's why, like, I don't feel bad saying multiple times, even after they got hot. Like, all right, they're not going to win the division. I would have said that a lot. Like, they're not going to win the division. It took them, look what it took them doing. It is historic what they did to win the division. And I think the division is not like, Tuck kind of had this attitude, like, we're not doing it to win the division. Is there even that much of a benefit if it's Montreal or Ottawa? It might be if it's Montreal, Boston. But, like, I can understand that. And home ice with the 1 versus the 2. For me, it's just more the accomplishment of what you had to do to win the division.
Yep.
Since December.
108 points.
Also, thank you, Red Wings.
Thank you, Red Wings.
Finds some gas in the tank as Benson carries it in. Here comes the late trailer. Back to Benson, into the slot for a shot. Scores. What a play.
Somebody pinch me. The Buffalo Sabres hit 108 points on the season and clinched the top spot in the Atlantic Division after defeating Chicago last night 5-1. Tage Thompson also scored his 40th goal of the season. They wrap up their regular season tomorrow night at 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center against Dallas. Then it's off to the playoffs. And around the NFL, Lions GM Brad Holmes said the team has already discussed picking up the fifth-year option for Jahmyr Gibbs. The 49ers signed edge rusher Cameron Sample, formerly of the Bengals, to a one-year deal. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon visiting with the Dolphins, and ESPN's Jordan Reed reports that Indiana wide receiver Omar Cooper Jr. is meeting with the Jets. In baseball, Blue Jays get underway with the Brewers at 7:40 tonight. The Yankees beat the Angels yesterday 11-10. The Mets lost 4-0 to the Dodgers, and the Red Sox fell 13-6 to the Twins. Join Shilton Bulldog for the annual pre-draft special Thursday, April 16th from 4 to 6:30, streaming live on YouTube. Get the latest on who is being mocked where, hear from the insiders, and guest appearances from Jeremy White, Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary, and Sal Capaccio. Brought to you by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals, visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
A lot of years of adversity, a lot of challenges, and I think that journey makes the destination feel that much better. And the exciting part is that that's not the final destination for us. It's, in a sense, just a start. Unbelievable job by our group from December on, getting us to the place we're at right now. Home ice is, a huge advantage in playoffs, and being able to give these fans that is something pretty special to me, and I know the rest of the guys in here because of what they've been through. With that said, I think it's just an opportunity to, continue this thing we got going and turn it into something really special.
Tage Thompson, they did it. A lot of the players that were here for a lot of the frustration, Tage and Rasmus Dahlin primarily, a long time. They put it in, and they got it done. And the Sabres are division champs. We're talking about it with you here on WGR, Jeremy and Joe. Good morning. We got playoff games this week. Sal will join us at 7:30. He just dropped this episode, the NFL schedule episode, where they talk with Mike North, all about NFL scheduling stuff and that. We'll see if he's got any intel on the Sabres playoff schedule potentially, because we're getting playoff games this weekend. And whether it's Saturday or Sunday, Joe and I both, I think we'll be looking at afternoon hockey on Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, that would be my guess. There's also Ryan Gates, actually, is all over this, former WGR producer and nightcap host here. He's obsessed with it. He's got the dates written down on a piece of paper and every team and when their last day is. And there are teams in the West that play on Thursday.
So they're not playing on Saturday.
No, Colorado, LA, Edmonton, Utah. These teams play on Saturday. They are on Thursday, so they are not playing Saturday. So the odds that the Sabres would, nobody in the East does. Nobody in the East plays. Everyone in the East will be done on Wednesday. So I think that should mean your odds of playing on Saturday are a lot higher. And there are 2 afternoon games. There's five. 5 o'clock's not quite an afternoon game. But you have a 2 o'clock game on Saturday, you have a 5 o'clock game, and you have an 8 o'clock game. And I think they could be probably in any of those, but 2 or 5 even seem a little bit more likely. Won't they put Tampa and Montreal at 8 o'clock on Saturday?
Oh, definitely. There'll be a Canadian team playing Saturday night.
So, okay, that's going to be Montreal, isn't it?
Unless it's Ottawa. Also possible.
Montreal, I think, outranks Ottawa,
I agree with that. I think Montreal.
But you're right.
Montreal-Tampa is juicy.
Yeah. Put
that Saturday night.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess.
So throw that at Saturday at 8 o'clock, and then I think the 2 most likely spots for the Sabres would be 2 or 5 o'clock on Saturday, which I like either. I'm good with either one of those. Earlier in the day, go out after if they win. That could be fun. It's supposed to be warm during the day, so doing anything outside or I think that could be awesome.
803-0550. I just put a quick poll up if you want to vote on this on Twitter. When thinking of which NHL opponent you'd like to avoid in a series, what do you want to avoid more? And this is the conversation about Boston versus Ottawa. It's down to Boston and Ottawa. The Sabres will play either the Bruins or the Sens. And you want to avoid the stud goalie or the opponent's system/style. And that's basically a subtweet of, do you want to avoid Swayman or do you want to avoid what Ottawa does, which is not give up a lot? Boston is slow. They're a slow team. The Sabres are a fast team. Like in terms of the data about speed bursts and how fast teams skate, Boston is the slowest team. They play slow.
Yeah.
They play slow and the Sabres play fast. So, but they have Swayman, and maybe you think he could turn the tide versus Ottawa, who their system and style is very good, and their goalie has let them down a lot of the season. So, understanding it, once you get to the playoffs, goalie is voodoo. So,
yeah, Sabres are the third fastest team in the league by almost every, 20 to 22 miles per hour. They're third, 18 to 20 miles per hour. They're first. Boston, this is the thing about NHL Edge. They don't like to really point out who's bad at things. They only show you the top 10.
Yeah,
and Boston's not in the top 10. So they are considered to be slower, play along the wall, keep things in front of them. And I think they know who they are. You look at their skaters and go, yeah, this is not really filled with guys that are moving up and down the ice at will against you. It's Zadorovs and it's Sean Corrali and it's guys like that. They could be tough to play against, but I love that type of team for the Sabres. That to me is different than Ottawa. I think Ottawa can skate with the Sabres. They just kind of don't. They don't need to. They can play physical and heavy, and that's Kachuk, and that's a lot of their guys. So Ottawa to me is just a more talented group. And I think, their goaltending should definitely be considered less trustworthy going into the playoffs.
Yeah.
But Allmark is playing better. That doesn't mean you have to guarantee he's going to play well in the playoffs. He's had great seasons, then not played well in the playoffs. But he has played better as of late. And to me, of the two, what's the best possible challenge you could get? It's Ottawa with good goaltending.
Mm-hmm.
If they got good goaltending, that's your hardest matchup. Boston, you're seeing them max out. They don't have another level. Ottawa does have another level. They just got to get the saves. Boston's doing all they can do. They've got to get Swayman to kind of carry them, and I would rather play a team that doesn't have another gear.
Quick note on the schedule. We're getting deep into this. This is the good stuff. This is what you're listening for, I hope. Pointed out by Buffalo Sausage King on Twitter. The Celtics play 1 o'clock Sunday. So would the NHL Bruins are avoiding playing on the same day as the Celtics?
Okay.
You could take out Sunday 1 o'clock now, right? If that's on the board, take it out. They're not putting the Bruins on the same time as the Celtics.
Yeah.
So Sunday 1 o'clock gone.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So Saturday.
I think Saturday looks more and more likely.
Yep, I think so too.
It feels like, because someone in the East has to play on Sunday.
And that'll be.
But if it's only one series, it could be you, but your odds are going to be really low.
Pittsburgh, Philly, Sunday. They're going to love that. The
NHL.
They're probably going to play that game outside. The NHL's Pittsburgh and Philly? Let's put that outside.
Yeah.
All right, George in Buffalo. Hey, George.
Hey, good morning, guys. I guess I really don't care who we play. You got to beat them anyways. So whoever it is who it is. In my fantasy playoff scenarios, you've talked about it, and I've heard it on the radio that, you face Carolina in the conference finals, and then of course you go on to beat Dallas in the finals, and we do need to beat them this week, Dallas, because they got 110 points and we got 108 points, and that would give us a tiebreaker. And if for some odd reason we made it to the finals, that would give us home ice. And that would just be nice to have.
Yep. Thanks, George. Home ice in the finals. Going to have home ice in round one.
Mm-hmm.
I know you can't look. You know what? Lindy Ruff can't look ahead. We can look ahead. I had the thought of what it would be like in there. We're sitting here thinking, what it'll be like for game one of the playoffs? What it'll be like for game one of round two?
Mm-hmm. I was wondering. I was watching. It was the anniversary of Game 1 against the Islanders in 2007. Maybe this was yesterday or the day before.
Okay.
And I'm like, all right, let me see these highlights. And that's a season where,
all pressure.
We knew they were good. Maybe there's more anxiety. And it's 2 minutes into the game, and Connolly roars down the wing, and he feeds it to Campbell, who just blasts one for a one-timer. And the whole place just goes berserk. And I'm like, yeah, what's the pop going to be like when someone scores the first goal? And then I was thinking about it and thinking they often score early a lot in their first home game. Connolly scored against Philadelphia in Game 1 in 2006 really early on in the game.
Yeah.
I think when they played Boston, Vanek scored early, if I remember right. That one, I'm not as sure. But the pop of whoever scores first. Give me an early playoff goal in Game 1. By anybody. Doesn't matter. And just the roof is going to blow off the building.
There was an email that went out a little bit earlier today that the Sabres are going to announce some added food, new food, stuff like that at the arena.
Mm-hmm.
There will be a press conference on Thursday. Who knows if that's like more...
Playoff food.
Playoff food.
Playoff food. What is hot dog of the day for a playoff game?
It's a great question. We're going to talk about beard protocols, too, at some point. Like what we're all going to do.
Yeah, I was thinking about guys on the team for that, too. I might have a tier list going right now. I don't think the Sabres have a lot of great playoff beard potential.
Well, give them a month.
Yeah. We'll see. Someone's going to surprise us, I bet.
Bobby in Niagara Falls. Hey, Bobby.
Hi, Jer. Hi, Joe. Before I ask my main question, I just want to comment on Lindy. I've been a big fan of his forever. I remember the last time he was fired, and I heard the interview on GR, and I told my girlfriend last night, when he checked out, I mean, he just sounded so rejected. And I told my girlfriend, I said, I'm never going to forget that picture. But now and so I'm so glad he's back. But my question is, I'm hoping that maybe the Sabres will become the country's favorite, like I think the Bills were a year or two ago, considering that Lindy's come back now and we've never won the Cup. And what do you think, guys? And thanks very much.
Thanks, Bobby.
I think they already are. I think they already are the most popular team among a casual fan. If you are a fan of a team that didn't make the playoffs, if you are a fan of the Calgary Flames, I would bet more people are rooting for the Sabres than any other team.
Yeah, let me think about, like, if I flip this around, who do I root for the last 14 years? I root for a fan base that hasn't won before, where they care a lot, right? If I'm watching Winnipeg in the first round, I'm probably rooting for them to go far and to beat a team like...
Yeah.
I don't know who the right answer is here. Not to say like Blues fans don't care. The Blues did win a Stanley Cup. I mean, we've watched the Stanley Cup go to Florida for the last 10 years.
I know.
And I'm like, okay, if the Stanley Cup final rolls and Montreal is there against Anaheim, I know who I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for Montreal. Means more. And
right.
I think that a lot of hockey fans around the world might apply that here. Let's say it's the Cup final and it is Buffalo versus Dallas. You might think like, well, Dallas has a Cup and Buffalo, they're back, and everybody there cares a lot, and I've always known that. They're finally back in the playoffs. I end up rooting for fans. Didn't we start rooting for LeBron and the Cavs? It was because the Cleveland never won a title.
Won in 50 years, 60
and
years. Yeah.
Dan Campbell and the Lions, I end up rooting for the Lions because they deserve good things. They've suffered a lot. So that might be a part of it for me. And maybe, casual fans around the NHL would feel similarly. 803-0550, or maybe not. 1-888-550-2550. Game 1 this weekend at home.
So really, this is going to be a puzzle that we can start to figure out because the NBA did announce Game 1s.
Okay.
That's it.
And we know Boston is Sunday, 1 o'clock.
Boston is Sunday at 1 o'clock. They're not going to put Celtics up against Bruins.
No, so knock out that one.
The Minnesota Timberwolves play Saturday at 3:30. So, and Dallas and Minnesota are the two Western Conference teams that are done on Wednesday. Okay. So that would be the one Western series you could put on Saturday.
Okay.
And if the Timberwolves play at 3:30 and they don't want to match up Minnesota, that game's going at, well, it's not going at 8 o'clock.
No.
I think Saturday's just going to be the East. Because unless, an hour and a half, is that enough of a difference to put a 2 o'clock? I don't think they would.
Sometimes it's unavoidable.
I think they would just avoid it and say, let's just move that to Sunday, and you get 3 Eastern Conference games on Saturday. I think Saturday is more and more seeming like the most likely.
David in Holland. David, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I guess I want your opinion, and I want to rewind back to when we had oh, my Lord, I'm having a brain fart. Sorry. when we had the contract talks. Yeah, that contract talks going on, and he was asked a question about it, and he said, look, I'm here to win the playoffs. And it was very definitive on his part. And I want to know your take. Do you think it was something indicative within the locker room at that point, or did he feed that, talking about playoff food, or did he feed that to the team as leader?
The idea of going for the cup and more than focusing on the division and the playoffs.
Yeah, that part of it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought when
I think that could be true.
It could be leadership, or it could have just been representative of how they've all talked about it inside. Who knows where it came up initially? Who knows?
But it could be like, it wouldn't be something meaningful from him more than anybody else that hasn't been that far, right? Like, because you could sit there and say, if you are whoever on the team, like, guys, I think we could do it. I think we could do it all. And if that guy hasn't done it before or been there, you might agree and it might just not be as impactful. Tuck has been to the finals. And that dude could stand up in the locker room and say, guys, I've been there before. And this team is as good as the team I was on that went.
Yeah, I think also the timing of it. If you say as a playoff team now, like the Flyers could say that they end a little bit of a playoff drought themselves and say, like, we're going for the cup. Like, well, yeah, you're in the tournament. Now you can shift your focus to winning this tournament. When Tuck said it, we're still sitting here waiting for them to clinch the playoffs. What seed will they be? Will it still be a battle? Will there be scoreboard watching? Think about the watching the scoreboard. Owens tweets with the grades. That lasted like a week and a half. And like, actually, we don't even watch the scoreboard. All they do is win.
It's all over.
So when Tuck said that about the cup, I think it gave all fans license to do it. The other thing I thought you were going to mention about his contract, Darren Dreger, the latest from him is that talk around the league, people that in the league expect, how did he phrase this exactly? The belief around the league, I think most people believe that the guys who are pending free agents like Alex Tuck likely going to sign, likely going to stay in Buffalo. That from Dreger. So Dreger thinks people think
that he's going
to stay.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of how I feel about it right now.
Well, now
there's no reason to
now he's on a contending team.
He's on a contending team, and he's important, right? Like that goal he scored last night was massive. Off the penalty kills, by the way, 5-on-3 penalty kill. Then they finish off the 5-on-4. He's out there for some of that, and then getting that goal at the end. Like, he is their third best player. That's huge. I think you're going to want to keep that guy. I mentioned before, like, I feel like maybe Yarmo could play it as, well, let's not do it yet, though. I want to see if I can get Robert Thomas one more time before, but maybe not. Maybe if they go to the Eastern Conference Finals, it's going to be, I don't even bother. Let me just sign him.
Sure. I mean, it could be a lot of different things. Mainly, the conversation used to be, if you don't have him, what do you have? Because no one wants to play for you. And you'd like to believe that a lot of that can go away now and you could just be a regular team. A free agent this offseason, you call and say, we want you to come be our third pair defenseman. That guy's not going to say, well, go to Siberia and finish in 27th again. No, thanks. I'll take my chances. Instead, you might have the ability to just, be a regular team.
Well, and another part of that was if Tuck is going to leave and you can't get him to stay, then how long do I have to wait for Tage Thompson and Rasmus Dahlin to hit the ejector seat? And that piece of the Tuck discussion is so dead.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even a thought anymore. That also takes away a lot of the risk for me, and not like that was part of the risk. It was, I might have to keep this guy because I need to make sure that my best two players are not like on the fence and like this is the thing that'll push them over. And now they're not on the fence. They might not have been anyway, but now there would obviously be no expectation that they would be.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Sabres going to the playoffs. Going to be a canal side party. We're going to have a party. Lots of other parties. The season of parties. Parties and patios.
And nice weather.
Golf season approaches. Rory,
yeah, we're not quite there.
Not quite to golf, no.
It's been too cold and then rainy. We haven't merged the two yet with warmth and sun for a long enough amount of time yet. Yeah, were you able to watch the Masters at all?
It's a sensitive subject.
No?
I was able to watch the Masters.
Oh.
Not all of the Masters. So we were on vacation. We were flying back a transatlantic flight during the Masters, which first off, we were supposed to get home on Thursday.
Right.
And we got delayed 3 days, which, by the way, side topic, anybody wants to call, talk about the Sabres. What's the longest you've ever been delayed in getting home or getting to where you're going to go? We were delayed 3 days.
It's going to be tough to top.
You get a text message like, sorry, your flight's canceled. We're on an island in the North Atlantic, Madeira, and it's very windy. Google the airport. You have to be a special kind of pilot to land there. Go ahead and Google some landings at Madeira. It's very normal for planes to fly in circle for 2 hours and give up.
Oh, wow. It's like on the water.
Yeah. So that's where we were.
This is a wild landing strip.
Yes. So flights canceled. Anyway, it all kind of plays out. I'm like, actually, our last flight back to Toronto is the Masters. I'm going to get to watch the whole thing. This is perfect. Get the kids on a movie, and I can sit and watch the Masters. And that was going perfectly. I bought the Wi-Fi, like $25 for a whole flight of Wi-Fi, whatever. But that's how much it cost. I'm doing it, and I'm in heaven. I'm watching the Masters. Rory's doing great. For a while, I'm ready to root. I'm ready to root for Justin Rose.
Oh, I think I know what this is.
I'm ready to root for Justin Rose here. The leaderboard is tremendous throughout the day, and I saw Rory's shot on 12.
Okay.
The par 3 Amen corner, he birdies that. Like, he is cruising. He's great. And I see his tee shot on 13, and then the Wi-Fi doesn't work anymore.
It just stopped working?
It's done.
Oh, I thought you were just about to give us during a big moment, you got the automatic in-flight message.
I would have taken that. That would have missed one shot. Instead,
it's just gone.
That was it.
And they couldn't fix it, or did you try?
What am I gonna do?
Oh man, I would demanding refund. A refund.
I thought about trying to order the full day of Wi-Fi on another device. Like, how invested am I gonna get to try and watch 6 holes of golf? He was up comfortably, but he was up like two
shots and 6 holes for Rory McIlroy. He's not comfortable.
Up 2 or 3 when the Wi-Fi went out. He's in good shape, but nobody else is really playing all that great. Rose.
I mean, he banana hooked it on 18. He could have lost it himself.
Rose, meanwhile, Justin Rose played. He was a mess,
and he's so out of character.
And he still shot like a decent score. He was a mess. He chunked a chip on 12.
Did you tried to get them hey, my Wi-Fi's not working?
What am I gonna do? There's 300 people on this plane. Excuse me, I can't get the Masters anymore. Like,
it's a long flight. You could probably someone. You got to get someone on the job.
It just stopped working.
Wow.
Just stopped working for the last 2 hours. So, adversity. John in Pittsburgh. Hey, John.
Hey, guys. You said Pittsburgh's probably Sunday. I'm going to tell you that probably won't happen. It's going to be an absolute zoo here. I think they're going to play Saturday.
Because of the draft.
Yeah.
They're going to try and get away from the draft.
Ooh.
Listen, they have parking already starting at $100 where it's usually $10 for people that work downtown. They've pretty much told everybody to stay home.
That's interesting.
School.
That if you run the days out, the draft being in Pittsburgh, you want to go. Okay, so they're Pittsburgh
Saturday, Monday, I would think.
Yeah, thanks, John. That's a great point. Pittsburgh goes then Saturday, Monday, and the series goes to Philadelphia for the rest of the draft week, and then back to Pittsburgh after that. That's a good point. So Pittsburgh could be Saturday.
Yeah. So how would you want to do that though? Because if they're going to be home, I think is that guaranteed? They're up by 2. I gotta look at tiebreakers real quick. What's Pittsburgh?
Yes,
in?
Pittsburgh.
Okay. Oh, no, obviously Philly was won 26 regulation games. Okay, so Pittsburgh's going to be home.
Yeah.
And games 1 and 2. So if you want to avoid the draft altogether, I think you want to go Monday. No, I guess
then you're Monday, Wednesday.
Because if you go Saturday,
Monday, and you're
Monday, then you're back home while the draft is still happening next weekend for Game 5, right?
If you go Monday,
I don't know how that works.
Then Game 1 Saturday, Game 2 Monday, Game 3 Wednesday, Game 4 Friday.
So Game 5 would be back on Sunday.
Yeah, you're back when the draft has left town, basically.
Okay, yeah.
So I think that's a good point.
I guess that's fine.
Otherwise, you're going Sunday, Tuesday, and again, you're still not running into the draft, but it might be more difficult.
Sure.
Logistically, it's a thanks. This is all I want. All I want to do today is get nuggets of information about. Someone tell me that Dora the Explorer is once again booked.
Start looking up concerts.
Is booked in an arena once again. Yes. Ooh.
There's a Barry Manilow show coming up at the arena. When's that?
think it's the 20 or no, it might not be 18th or something like that. It's that week. It's the same week.
22nd.
22nd, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's not for the Sabres. That's
Sabres.
That's on the road. It's not going to matter.
All right, they'll be on the road by then.
Yeah,
that could have mattered if they hadn't won the division, but they did.
Yes, that's right. We would have known they weren't home.
That one of the key. They avoided Barry Manilow by winning the division.
If they had been the 3 seed, we could have had
the Barry Manilow conflict.
We would have had a Manilow sandwich. Playoff game, Manilow playoff game.
All right.
803-0550. The Manilow sandwich. All right, we'll get to Sal. Sal's coming up on the other side. We'll talk with him. He's, of course, like all of you, celebrating a banner victory Tuesday with the Sabres winning the division. We'll talk to them also, a little bit of Bills stuff coming up. The draft now 9 days away, and his episode with Matt Beauvais and Mike North on the NFL schedule dropped this morning. So we'll get his preview/review a little bit of that coming up. Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock on the division title. Paul Hamilton at 8:30. Your calls throughout Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. When thinking of which NHL opponent you'd like to avoid in a series, what do you want to avoid more? And this is the conversation about Boston versus Ottawa. It's down to Boston and Ottawa. The Sabres will play either the Bruins or the Sens. And you want to avoid the stud goalie or the opponent's system/style. And that's basically a subtweet of, do you want to avoid Swayman or do you want to avoid what Ottawa does, which is not give up a lot? Boston is slow. They're a slow team. The Sabres are a fast team. Like in terms of the data about speed bursts and how fast teams skate, Boston is the slowest team. They play slow. Yeah.
They
play slow and the Sabres play fast. So, but they have Swayman, and maybe you think he could turn the tide versus Ottawa, who their system and style is very good, and their goalie has let them down a lot of the season. So, understanding it, once you get to the playoffs, goalie is voodoo. So,
yeah, Sabres are the third fastest team in the league by almost every, 20 to 22 miles per hour. They're third, 18 to 20 miles per hour. They're first. Boston. This is the thing about NHL Edge. They don't like to really point out who's bad at things. They only show you the top 10.
Yeah,
and Boston's not in the top 10. So they are considered to be slower, play along the wall, keep things in front of them. And I think they know who they are. You look at their skaters and go, yeah, this is not really filled with guys that are moving up and down the ice at will against you. It's Zadorovs and it's Sean Corrali and it's guys like that. They could be tough to play against, but I love that type of team for the Sabres. That to me is different than Ottawa. I think Ottawa can skate with the Sabres. They just kind of don't. They don't need to. They can play physical and heavy, and that's Kachuk, and that's a lot of their guys. So Ottawa, to me, is just a more talented group. And I think, their goaltending should definitely be considered less trustworthy going into the playoffs.
Yeah.
But Allmark is playing better. That doesn't mean you have to guarantee he's going to play well in the playoffs. He's had great seasons, then not played well in the playoffs. But he has played better as of late. And to me, of the two, what's the best possible challenge you could get? It's Ottawa with good goaltending.
Mm-hmm.
If they got good goaltending, that's your hardest matchup. Boston, you're seeing them max out. They don't have another level. Ottawa does have another level. They just got to get the saves. Boston's doing all they can do. They've got to get Swayman to kind of carry them, and I would rather play a team that doesn't have another gear.
The Buffalo Sabres hit 108 points on the season. They clinched the top spot in the Atlantic Division after defeating Chicago last night 5-1. Tage Thompson also scored his 40th goal of the season. They wrap up the regular season tomorrow night at 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center against Dallas. Then it's off to the playoffs. And speaking of the playoffs, WGR Sports Radio 550 is your home for every moment of the run. Grab your Let's Go Buffalo playoff signs now at Lenco Supplies, featuring incredible discounts going on now. And get there with Liberty Cab, your ride on time every time. Around the NFL, Lions GM Brad Holmes said the team has already discussed picking up the fifth-year option for Jahmyr Gibbs. 49ers, they've signed edge rusher Cameron Sample, formerly of the Bengals, to a one-year deal. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon is visiting with the Dolphins. And ESPN's Jordan Reed reports Indiana wide receiver Omar Cooper Jr. meeting with the Jets. In baseball, the Blue Jays get underway with the Brewers at 7:40 tonight. The Yankees beat the Angels 11-10 yesterday in a high-scoring affair. The Mets lost 4-0 to the Dodgers, and the Red Sox fell 13-6 to the Twins. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Too far for Tuck. Thompson trying to use his body there to win position. Thompson comes up with it. Holds. Scores! Tage Thompson with a little patience right there. Beats Spencer Knight to put Buffalo on top. 2-1 with 7 to go in the second.
Dan Dunleavy on the call. One of the first moments of the game. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. A lot of Firth moments this year. A lot of wins. Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline to chat about, the Sabres winning the division. Sal, I saw a very funny note. Like, imagine at the beginning of the season, someone tells you the Bills won't win the division and the Sabres will. Because that's the kind of year we got. Of course, both teams are still very good, but living in a time when they're both very good. And if the Bills win it this year, then they can have the division titles in the same year, in the same calendar
Which when
year.
is the last time that's happened?
Oof.
Maybe it's never happened, honestly.
No, it had because early 90s. Well, no, because they won. The Sabres won it in the early 80s for a little bit, and then they went into the 90s. It's got to be one of those years in the 90s, right?
They won the Sabres. The only year in the 90s they won the division was 96-97.
Okay, and the Bills did not do it that year.
Yeah.
So maybe they've never done it.
Probably have ever done it. There you go.
Sal, you drop your episode this morning with Mike North. It's a scheduling episode. You guys do a lot of stuff like that. And have you heard us? Are you listening to us trying to figure out when the Sabres will play? We're piecing it
Does
together.
Mike North know when the NHL schedule?
The latest.
That's funny you say because we talked for an hour and a half. It's amazing. We do this every year. We could go longer. That's how much we love it. And there's so much on the plate that we could talk about. And I literally, even though we went an hour and a half, I thought about asking Mike North in tongue-in-cheek, can you tell us when the Sabres are going to play? Because we need to know that here. We did not ask him that. I am wondering as well. I don't know. Have you guys gotten any clues about anything? Because obviously it could be – I guess it could be Saturday or Sunday, right? I mean, that's really those are the two options to open. And I know that there's a slate of national games on Sunday as far as afternoon, I think, on TNT. So you could be a Sunday afternoon. It could be a Saturday night. So, no, I don't know that. And unfortunately, I don't think Mike North would know it. But he does make the point of in the podcast that events in every city, like there's more and more happening every year that's happening where it impacts how the NFL does go about their schedule, obviously, not just stadium related in that particular stadium, but different events might be going on where they have to kind of avoid that city that weekend.
Yeah, we were just talking about that with Pittsburgh hosting the draft next week. We were kind of thinking maybe they want to get the Pittsburgh-Philadelphia series started on Saturday. It would go Saturday, Monday, and then get out of town while Pittsburgh is taken over by the entire NFL draft machine. So we'll see. It'll be interesting. We don't know who the Sabres will play yet. Could be Boston, could be Ottawa. If it's Ottawa, then Hockey Night in Canada comes into the mix. If it's just Boston, they won't play on Sunday at 1 because the Celtics play Sunday at 1. So anyway, digging through that. But to your conversation with Mike North, Sal, is the biggest question this year for NFL scheduling that you had that's different from previous years is how does the league treat a new stadium? How do they want to show that off, and how do broadcast partners get involved in that?
Yeah, for sure. Somebody told me 1980 for the Bills and Sabres, but I'm looking. I want to make sure, so you guys can look at that. I think that was there. Yeah, they were. They did 1980 Bills and Sabres. There you go, Joe. There it is. 1980. Okay, it happened. 79-80 for the Sabres. That were good. Okay, Jeremy, to answer your question, we came right out of the chute with it. About the stadium, and yes, there was a story recently in the Buffalo News where I believe Pete Welly said like they'd like to have primetime as the opener. And we all know that, right? The Bills would love to show off that stadium very early in the season. We know the NFL loves to highlight stadiums early in the season. We also know, even though you could put, as Mike North said, kind of any game in there, it's going to fit. It's going to be fine. The Bills have an amazing home schedule this year and a really tough one, home and road. So you're going to have no shortage of choices and options. What I find interesting, though, is when we talk about it on the pod, as you can hear Mike North, primetime means a lot of things these days, right? Which is Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night. He even said something like, we could put that game on Thursday night on Amazon, have Fitz go in there and tear off his shirt, right? That could fit. So you don't know, and we don't know what it could be. And it is on the table to not just be in week one. He even mentioned, hey, teams don't normally go on the road for 2 weeks in a row, but is that possible? Sure it is, because they have a lot going on in week one. Now, it's possible Bills could he's not going to reveal the schedule, and everybody, I know whenever we do this, it's like, well, everything's still on the table. Of course, but you can at least get the thought process of they could do it week one, but hey, the Bills have a couple preseason games. Let's work out the kinks. Maybe you don't go back to Buffalo until week 2 or week 3 even to make sure everything's all set inside the stadium. Yeah. So everything's kind of on the table, but there are a lot of imaginations and possibilities.
I want to ask you something specific. You said he mentioned that the league has to avoid certain events sometimes in a city. Could that be big and small, big conferences? Or I remember way back when the Super Bowl had to move an auto show in New Orleans. That's the 9/11 year. Could that be, Sal, something like Borderlands? Borderlands is week 2 for the Bills. And a lot of people in the area might be at that show and might be thinking, I don't want the Bills to be at home on Sunday in week 2 because there's this massive, big outdoor concert festival. Is that the kind of thing that the NFL would think, or the Bills would know that, and the Bills would bring that to the league to say, hey, here are our conflicts that are in the area? How does that process go from how you understood it?
Great question. And I think that the answer to your question to me would be yes, based on what he said, which is if a team comes to them and says, look, we have this big event in our city, that's going to kind of really dictate a little bit of how we have to operate here and, security and traffic and all that kind of stuff. Can you please not have us home that weekend? Yes, but that would be kind of maybe up to the Bills to do that, to go to them. But he also made a point of, look, we can't accommodate everybody all the time. There's always things like that because sometimes teams want to do competitive advantage stuff by doing that, right? And not saying that they're lying teams when they come, but when you start getting really into the weeds, what are you supposed to do here? So yes, the answer to your question is yes, Jeremy. If the Bills felt there was something that they really kind of wanted to avoid in the city, in the market, at that time, they could go to the league and say, hey, just so you know. I mean, he mentioned NASCAR events in cities going on, right? Things like that, like golf tournaments, things like that, absolutely do matter.
Sal Capaccio with us on the Wester Hotline. In terms of the opener, I'm sure he put a lot of emphasis on being in the new stadium, and kind of what did we get from Mike on kind of how they view that opener, what the Bills want, and that whole process?
Yeah, so like I said, the Bills, have said, and I think there was, Pete Welly even mentioned, prime time, but that could be a lot of different things, Joe. I mean, he even mentioned, prime time to the league could be a 4:25 game, right? So yeah, so there's a lot of different possibilities, especially with the opponents and the different kinds of, ways that they could do it.
In terms of the Mahomes piece of it, and we talked a lot about yesterday, like Kansas City and going through that, I wonder if that's evolved for them at all. Like in your conversations with Mike, this could be anything, I guess, but does it sound like to you they've done anything different from when your chats with him first began a few years ago to how they kind of go about creating the schedule now?
I think, Joe, the biggest issue now is, yes, because of there are so many mouths to feed, as he always says. Amazon, ESPN, Peacock, all the different ways they have to figure out how to give the right bang for the buck to the networks that are paying so much money for everything. He always says lots of mouths to feed, right? So no doubt about that. They have to figure out ways to do it, and it's getting more and more challenging. And then even guys, we even talked about what an 18-game schedule would look like, how they would go about it. And he's like, we don't know, like, what would be the rotation? How do you make it competitively fair? Like, is having another standings-based game fair? Is that really fair to a first-place team? I don't know. Like, there are always things that are happening on the schedule, whether that's new mouths to feed, whether that's something in the schedule that creates an international games have really thrown a lot of stuff into play here of how to do it. How about now that, guys, they're going to play a big thing we talked about was the NFL changed a rule a couple weeks ago, by the way, in case people don't know. Friday is now considered not a short week.
I saw that.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so that allows a team to play 2 Thursday night games and a Friday game. That's not 3 short weeks, if that makes sense, right? Yeah. So now it actually gave more flexibility to the schedule makers to be able to do that. However, if you're going to play on a Wednesday, and Wednesdays, by the way, are coming to play now too, so that's the other thing. Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve is not set, but it looks like it's going to happen. There's another Wednesday in there somewhere, I think, that is something, Christmas on a Friday, I think, but either way. But you can't play Sunday to Wednesday. So if you're going to play on a Wednesday, you probably have a bye week the week before that. Now you're getting into, well, how do you make all that work? Everything. There's so many things, Joe, now that never existed before.
That is definitely, by the way, that Friday short week thing. Like Mike's talked about this with you guys, getting calls from different teams angry about. That is going to have an angry phone call attached to it. Because that's probably going to happen to somebody. But not to many teams. I would imagine that they'll have that all play out where they're going to get almost an extra short week because they don't count Friday as a short week.
Yeah, I agree. So, and then this year, there's no 2 Monday night games anymore. Like, they're not going to do that at all on the schedule. Every Monday night will have 1 game, not 2. And the 5 games they were going to have on Monday night, which we don't know what the 5 games are, but 5 different, as they call assets, the 5 assets they would have put on Monday night will be distributed to those mouths to feed. They're not going to be 5 extra games at Sunday at 1 o'clock somewhere along the way. Like, that's 5 games they have free to say, okay, now Amazon, here's 1 game for you. NFL Network, here's a game for you on a Saturday late in the season. So, they have to play around with this. And again, lots of mouths to feed, right? So, really interesting. There was just a lot of stuff in there that we covered with the Bills. And look, I think one of the biggest things we all want to know is, like, are the Bills still going to be in prime time a lot? Yes. I asked Mike specifically, hey, we've been doing this a while. You've always held the Bills as one of the top teams to highlight in the schedule, prime time, Josh Allen, all of that. Has anything changed? And he basically just shot it down right away and goes, nope, nothing's changed. The Bills are still right there at the top of all these lists.
Sal Capaccio, tell people where to find it, Sal, because it dropped this morning, right?
Yeah, we just put it out 7 a.m. We talked with Mike yesterday for about an hour and a half, and it's a good thing for you to maybe kind of just put in the car and bumping around when you're listening, or doing laundry around the house, whatever you got to do today. It's an hour and a half long, but it's a great listen. We can watch it. At Sal Sports is the YouTube page where you go there and you can click it and watch, and me and Mike and Matt, or you can just download it, subscribe, listen wherever you want, iTunes, Spotify, Odyssey app, all that kind of stuff, wherever you get the podcast. It's always Game Day in Buffalo.
All right. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. 9 days till the draft. I saw a PFF mock draft that is one of the few scenarios where I don't know how mad people will get, but this one would I think this would be potentially make you mad. PFF. You want to know real quick what it was?
Let me hear it. I said yesterday, there's almost no idea I think that makes me mad right now.
Yeah? Okay. Challenge accepted.
Defensive tackle that can't rush the passer in any way is the one thing that I would not love.
Challenge accepted. I'll give you this PFF mock that will make you mad.
It's going to be a tight end.
It will make you mad. I think it'll make
You're sure?
I'm pretty sure.
All right.
I feel pretty good about it. Yeah. I had a lot of days off to sit here and think, how can I make Joe mad?
It's better not be drafting a guard because I'm starting to warm up to that a little bit.
803-0550. We'll get to that. And Atlantic Division champion head coach Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock here on WGR. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? They won the division with a game to spare. Only needed 81. Only needed 81. 52, 22, and 7.
I never thought the year they'd break it. Win the division. This division has been unbelievable this year, but really for a decade. This division's been insane.
Yeah, you can't crack
Every
into it.
year, the team that makes the cup is the team out of the Atlantic. Like, it is a juggernaut.
Is that happening again this year?
Kingpin teams. Yeah, it's happening again this year.
Isn't it definitely happening this year?
They won one of the hardest divisions ever to win. I remember looking like a month ago. I'll have to look again. By like win or by points percentage, this was like the best division since they went to 18 divisions. Like in 15 years, this is the best division there's been. And they just won it. That's insane.
Not bad.
They didn't win the Pacific with 94 points. They won a division where there are two other teams with 106. Yeah, there are so many ways to put into perspective how impressive what they just did is. Like, that banner next year will be so well-deserved. And, like, among division banners, like, the last one that's up there, 2010 Northeast, like, I look up at that division. I don't really, like, feel anything for that division.
The
like,
thing I
that's
think
the
about,
Vezina year. I remember that.
It's Miller's Vezina and Myers Calder. And that was a year where they were great defensively. They would get leads, and they would absolutely shut teams down.
But I don't remember that division being like this big fight right down to the very end. Maybe it was close. I don't remember.
They went pretty much wire to wire. And you're right.
Maybe it was from beginning to end.
And I'm not sure. You're right. Do I remember it even being a race? I'm not even sure. I'll check to see.
I'm looking. They won it by 6 points.
Okay. Yeah.
So it was. They really weren't sweating it. So for that, don't really remember that part of it. I mean, it's an accomplishment too. But this one will be looking up at that banner in 15 years and remembering, that's the year they broke the drought one. I mean, really, can we put that in like a little like parentheses at the bottom or something, like drought breaker or whatever? And also, that's the year where it was Tampa and it was Montreal and it was back and forth and it was great teams all over the place. Like, that banner is going to be well-deserved.
Yep.
This is their third longest win streak since the 10-game win streak. Third longest since the 10-game. Right. They had a 5-game win streak and they had an 8-game win streak, and now they're on a 4-game win streak.
And I think they had a 4 before the 10-game win streak, somewhere in there. Maybe not.
Maybe. They had a 3 also. They had a couple 3s in there. I mean, they are since the screenshot of where they were on, what was the exact date? December 6th?
Okay, yeah, I was going to say 5th.
Or 5th,
December 6th.
5th or 6th. Like, since they are 11, 13, and 4, and in last place in the NHL, in the Eastern Conference, their record is
it's obscene.
Like, I can't believe their record in that amount of time. It's what, 36 wins and 9 losses, whatever. Yep. Like, it is just an all-time run. It is as good as any team. It is, the record, at least, is as good as any team in the league has ever played in that amount of time. That's why, like, I don't feel bad saying multiple times, even after they got hot. Like, all right, they're not going to win the division. I would have said that a lot. Like, they're not going to win the division. It took them, look what it took them doing. It is historic what they did to win the division. And I think the division is not like, Tuck kind of had this attitude, like, we're not doing it to win the division. Is there even that much of a benefit if it's Montreal or Ottawa? It might be if it's Montreal, Boston. But, like, I can understand that. And home ice with the 1 versus the 2. For me, it's just more the accomplishment of what you had to do to win the division.
Yep.
Since December.
108 points.
Also, thank you, Red Wings.
Thank you, Red Wings. that would try to make Joe mad with a mock draft.
What's going to get me mad? Tight end.
No. We're talking lots of Sabres hockey, taking 1 minute here just for a quick moment. Lindy Ruff, top of the hour, we'll talk with him. So yesterday there was a mock draft posted by Bradley Locker of PFF, and we're 9 days from the draft. It was the Bills trading out of 26.
Okay.
They trade down, and they trade down with the Dolphins, which I'm not saying that'll make you mad. Trade down with the Dolphins, move from 26 to 30.
Okay.
The Dolphins take edge rusher Akeem Mesidor. The next pick is Casey Concepcion, who goes to the Niners at 27. Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker, Houston, right after that. I know people are looking at linebacker as well.
Uh-huh.
The Bills drop to 30, and then they take a guard.
I don't love the...
What are you getting for dropping 4 spots? You're moving up in the third round a little bit? You're not getting much to drop 4 spots.
Am I getting a 4th or something?
I don't know. But you're probably getting a pick slide, but you drop down 4 spots, then an edge, a linebacker, and the receiver you probably would be most
Concepcion being the one that goes immediately after is the part I like the least. I can be okay with trading down. I could be okay with even trading down with the Dolphins. I can be okay with drafting a guard. Concepcion being there and skipping over him is going to be tough to take.
They cannot take a first-round guard.
Just trade Torrance.
They cannot take a first-round guard.
I'm totally good with them taking a guard. Just, you got to trade Torrance. Give me 4 years of a first-round guard rather than paying Osiris Torrance $20 million.
You're not paying him yet. Just do it next year if you want to do that.
1 year. I get 1 year of Torrance or 4 years of a first-round guard.
They cannot draft a first-round guard. No. It cannot happen. 803-0550. You know, one thing to keep an eye on, by the way, for the Bills and their scheduling, as we're talking like NHL schedule, training camp will open in St. John Fisher. They'll come back for the blue and red. They are going to go to Cleveland for joint practices. Mm-hmm. I really wonder about that Fisher schedule, if it'll be short this year. Something to think about. Mm-hmm. Especially the new coach. Maybe he does not like going away to Fisher, while the old coach did. New regime. I don't know if you heard about that. Lindy Ruff on the other side here on WGR. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? They won the division with a game to spare. Only needed 81. Only needed 81. 52, 22, and 7.
I never thought the year they'd break it. They'd win the division. This division has been unbelievable this year, but really for a decade. This division's been insane.
Yeah, you can't crack
Every
into it.
Every year, the team that makes the cup is the team out of the Atlantic. Like, it is a juggernaut.
Is that happening again this year?
Kingpin teams. Yeah, it's happening again this year.
Isn't it definitely happening this year?
They won one of the hardest divisions ever to win. I remember looking like a month ago. I'll have to look again. By like win or by points percentage, this was like the best division since they went to 18 divisions. Like in 15 years, this is the best division there's been. And they just won it. That's insane.
Not bad.
They didn't win the Pacific with 94 points. They won a division where there are 2 other teams with 106. Yeah, there are so many ways to put into perspective how impressive what they just did is. Like, that banner next year will be so well-deserved. And, like, among division banners, like, the last one that's up there, 2010 Northeast, like, I look up at that division. I don't really, like, feel anything for that division.
The
like,
thing I
that's
think
the
about,
Vezina year. I remember that.
It's Miller's Vezina and Myers Calder. And that was a year where they were great defensively. They would get leads, and they would absolutely shut teams down.
But I don't remember that division being like this big fight right down to the very end. Maybe it was close. I don't remember.
They went pretty much wire to wire. And you're right.
Maybe that's what it was from beginning to end.
And I'm not sure. You're right. Do I remember it even being a race? I'm not even sure. I'll check to see.
I'm looking. They won it by 6 points.
Okay. Yeah.
So it was. They really weren't sweating it. So for that, don't really remember that part of it. I mean, it's an accomplishment too, but this one will be looking up at that banner in 15 years and remembering, yeah, that's the year they broke the drought one. I mean, really, can we put that in like a little like parentheses at the bottom or something, like drought breaker or whatever? And also, that's the year where it was Tampa and it was Montreal and it was back and forth and it was great teams all over the place. Like, yeah, that banner is going to be well-deserved.
Yep. But to your conversation with Mike North, Sal, like, is the biggest question this year for NFL scheduling that you had that's different from previous years is how does the league treat a new stadium? How do they want to show that off, and how do broadcast partners get involved in that?
Yeah, for sure. Somebody told me 1980 for the Bills and Sabres, but I'm looking. I want to make sure, so you guys can look at that. I think that was there. Yeah, they were. They did 1980 Bills and Sabres. There you go, Joe. There it is. 1980. Okay, it happened. 79-80 for the Sabres. That were good. Okay, Jeremy, to answer your question, we came right out of the chute with it. About the stadium, and yes, there was a story recently in the Buffalo News where I believe Pete Welly said like they'd like to have primetime as the opener. And we all know that, right? The Bills would love to show off that stadium very early in the season. We know the NFL loves to highlight stadiums early in the season. We also know, even though you could put, as Mike North said, kind of any game in there, it's going to fit. It's going to be fine. The Bills have an amazing home schedule this year and a really tough one, home and road. So you're going to have no shortage of choices and options. What I find interesting, though, is when we talk about it on the pod, as you can hear Mike North, primetime means a lot of things these days, right? Which is Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night. He even said something like, we could put that game on Thursday night on Amazon, have Fitz go in there and tear off his shirt, right? That could fit. Like, so you don't know, and we don't know what it could be. And it is on the table to not just be in week one. He even mentioned, hey, teams don't normally go on the road for 2 weeks in a row, but is that possible? Sure it is, because they have a lot going on in week one. Now, it's possible this could he's not going to reveal the schedule, and everybody, I know whenever we do this, it's like, well, everything's still on the table. Of course, but you can at least get the thought process of they could do it week one, but hey, the Bills have a couple preseason games. Let's work out the kinks. Maybe you don't go back to Buffalo until week 2 or week 3 even to make sure everything's all set inside the stadium. Yeah. So everything's kind of on the table, but there are a lot of imaginations and possibilities.
Finds some gas in the tank as Benson carries it in. Here comes the late trailer. Back to Benson, into the slot for a shot. Scores. What a play.
The Buffalo Sabres hit 108 points on the season and clinched the top spot in the Atlantic Division after defeating Chicago last night 5-1. Tage Thompson also scored his 40th goal of the season. They wrap up their season tomorrow night at 7 o'clock from KeyBank Center against Dallas. Then it's off to the playoffs. Looking around the NFL, Lions GM Brad Holmes said the team has already discussed picking up the fifth-year option for Jahmyr Gibbs. The 49ers signed edge rusher Cameron Sample, formerly of the Bengals, to a one-year contract. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon is visiting with the Dolphins. And ESPN's Jordan Reed reports that Indiana wide receiver Omar Cooper Jr. is meeting with the Jets. In baseball, Blue Jays get underway with the Brewers at 7:40 today. The Yankees beat the Angels 11-10 yesterday. The Mets lost 4-0 to the Dodgers, and the Red Sox fell 13-6 to the Twins. Join Chopin Bulldog for the annual pre-draft special Thursday, April 16th from 4 to 6:30. Streaming live on YouTube. Get the latest on who is being mocked where, hear from the insiders, and guest appearances from Jeremy White, Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary, and Sal Capaccio. Brought to you by your local Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals, visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Checking with Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff in just a moment. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the land of division champs. The Sabres are Atlantic Division champs. It just rained as aggressively as I can remember ever seeing out our windows. You can hear it. So if you were driving out there, hopefully it wasn't too nasty. Or maybe you're still stuck in it. But
it's already over, though.
It's over here. Passed through quickly. The rain was being thrown to the ground from the sky, not just falling. It was aggressive. Sabres win last night. They are Atlantic Division champs. From last in the Eastern Conference, the only team under 500 at one point, to the top of the division, to first round home, second round home if they make it that far, but division champs. It's truly been an incredible run. And joining us on the Western Hotline is the head coach of the Buffalo Sabres, Lindy Ruff. Lindy, good morning.
Morning, gentlemen.
Do you still have the hat on? Is it going on first thing?
The hat was on. I said I get to enjoy that hat for a day, and then we're going to work on a new hat.
It's not even a full day? I mean, it's only been a couple hours. You got more time in that hat.
You know what? I think you're right. I got more time in the hat for sure.
Well, Lindy,
anytime you get one of those, you can have a little bit more time for it.
Yeah. It's obviously the drought ending, the playoff appearance clinched, and this last part of it, I feel like you've said throughout our conversations over the weeks here that you're looking one game. At what point did you maybe look and think, if you could look back and say, the division, like, it's here. We could have this. I mean, I guess it could have been as recently as just this one game. But throughout this process, the rise up the standings, the games with Tampa, this has become a goal, I guess, in the last month. And here it's another bridge crossed.
Yeah, for sure. We knew where we're at the whole time. We knew we were climbing in the standings, and those games against Tampa, came in quick fashion, and we really felt that, when we played them the first time and closed the gap, I think it was 8 points or something like that, if we continued to play well, we could climb up the standings, and the division was an opportunity for us to catch them. But, I know I've said this, and we'll continue with it. The focus is trying to be the best team we can possibly be for that opponent we're going to play the next day, and not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Do you feel like the team, especially these last 4 games, has really answered the bell? Like Zucker, I heard the other day, he might have been on the TNT broadcast after the game against the Rangers, that he didn't like how maybe the team took a breath after the playoffs had been clinched and that they got back to their game. That your team, despite clinching the playoff spot, locked in these last 4 games. And again, like maybe you don't love every single period, but for the most part has found their game in the last week or so.
Yeah, I think we really have found our game. You're not going to like every period you play. Like last night, the start in Chicago was, the first half of that first period really didn't like. We were a little bit too much perimeter, didn't get enough pucks going to the net. But I thought as soon as we got into the second period, we got locked into, getting pucks to the inside, getting bodies to the inside. We really played a real tight game defensively and offensively. We made some great plays on those last few goals, which we know we can do. Playoffs a lot of times is about scoring ugly goals, about getting inside. It's about tips and rebounds and beating people back to the net. So we know it's going to be a little bit tougher story.
When it comes to the playoffs, Lenny, you've been a bunch of times with a bunch of different franchises. Do you find that there is anything about having your A game at this time of year, like feeling like you are going in playing well, where things are clicking like that?
Yeah. Well, I can use my last experience. I don't know if you guys want to hear this, but I thought we really played well down the stretch in Jersey, and we were ready, and we're playing the Rangers, and we get home ice and we lose our first 2 games at home. which put us in a really tough position. But then we went on the road and we won our next two. So, playoffs a lot of time is about gaining momentum, whether it's from period to period or from game to game. I would rather go into the postseason feeling you got your game in a good place than trying to find your game.
How different, too, is it, like, preparing for a team, what you'll do as a team overall, relative to what the matchup is? Like, I mean, game prep, sometimes you're playing a team 20 hours later in the regular season, a different opponent, versus you're playing one team 4 to 7 times. I mean, how locked in, how different is it for the players and for the coaches on preparing for one specific team? Well,
it's completely different because obviously we're trying to pick apart every part of their game, and they're trying to pick apart every part of our game. And from face-off plays down to neutral zone transition plays, we will know everything we need to know about them. They'll know everything they need to know about us. Can you make adjustments from game to game? You can. And I think it's a little bit of a chess match. And you look at your opponent, and if you think you can expose them by playing a certain line against a certain defense, you usually go with that. How much are they giving you up on the rush, and how much do you have to gain with those own plays? It's usually a big deal in the playoffs. And when you look at your opponent, you dissect every player. Our players will know everything there is to know on all the intel we can get about every one of their players and what their strengths are, and where we think we can expose them, and where we think they may be able to take advantage of us.
Can you start getting to work, not maybe you specifically, but the staff start getting to work on who that will be, given that it's only 2 teams, or rather wait till when it's clinched?
Which could be tonight.
Yeah.
No, we've already started. We cast a pretty wide blanket over teams, and obviously we're down to Ottawa and Boston, and we've started to look at those teams. We know what both those teams bring. We have our own packages from playing them during the year. Ottawa a little bit more recent than Boston, but I can just tell you one thing: there are no bad teams in the playoffs. You look at how tough this division was, and how well the teams played to make it. And I think this year is an incredible story for the Atlantic Division and the Eastern Conference, with the number of points teams needed to make the playoffs, and how tightly contested it was.
Lindy Ruff joining us on the Western Hotline. The Sabres winning the Atlantic Division, clinching it last night. Lindy, with the playoffs coming, there'll be a lot made about experience, and some of your players have been there before. Alex Tuch's been pretty deep. Do you feel like there's any sort of messaging you have to give? It's going to be game 1 at KeyBank Center, whoever the opponent is. Will players, I don't know, does a coach feel like you have to say, don't try to do too much, don't get too amped up? I mean, for a lot of these players, it might be their first playoff experience, and it'll be charged. I mean, it'll be pretty intense in there. So is there a, play your game kind of mindset that you have to bring?
I think you just said it, play your game. Every player brings something specific to our team, and play your game. Don't try to be somebody else. We had a tremendous year with everybody filling their roles and doing their thing, and it's an opportunity to live what everybody has been looking forward to since the start of the year. The players that have no experience are going to get to experience it. You can talk about it and you can tell them it's going to be like this, but until you put your skates on and get inside that building, you won't really realize what it's like until you've got a few games under your belt.
Have you thought about what it'll be like? Like, you stood on that very bench before in that very building. I think about the playoff series to open out of the lockout. That's there's a couple of years gone there, and there's a season that is missed by the league, and then back for 05-06, and like those memories. I mean, you're a part of those too.
Yeah, you know what? I actually can't wait. It's it's one thing to make the playoffs, win your division. It's another thing to battle through a best of 7 playoff series, and then to being the team that comes out of that. Now you're talking 2 different animals, and what you get to see out of your player, and can your players be bigger dogs than the other team's players? And you see a lot of out-of-character stuff where, maybe guys you don't think are going to block shots from the other team or down blocking shots or selling out for their goaltender or their teammates. And, it's a moment that you just have to enjoy. And we've worked hard to get there, and wrap your arms around it, embrace it, and let's go.
Do you feel like you have a team, too? Like you mentioned the shot blocking. I think of when the playoffs start, like guys that you wouldn't often see are throwing hits, and like every time there's a play along the wall, there's one, and guys that are throwing themselves in front of shots. And you have a team that is maybe already even doing that to some extent, that will have that, 110% level of buy-in once the playoffs start?
Yeah, I think the level of buy-in has to be obviously 100%. And you do see that maybe guys that don't have a lot of hits during the year, all of a sudden they're piling up hits in the playoff or knocking people off pucks. And because that if you don't make it, it's all over. But if maybe this one play is going to turn the game and can put you in a situation where you can win a hockey game or you can lose a hockey game. And that's the great thing about the NHL playoffs. It, for some teams, it can be a 25-plus games. It can be an unbelievable grind. But typically that first round is the most fierce and most demanding that you'll face. So it's something that you got to embrace. You got to be willing to give everything you got, and you got to be ready to sacrifice for your team.
Lindy Ruff with us on the Western Hotline. Lindy, the power play heading into the playoffs, you made some tweaks to it, and we saw some of that last night. There was the shorthanded goal right away, but do you feel like there's enough time left in the season, both practice and the little bit of game action that you got, that could be something that we see going into the playoffs?
Well, we'd like to take a look at that unit again when we play Dallas tomorrow. I'm probably not as concerned as everybody else is. There's usually one or two great chances inside of a night, whether it's 2 or 3 power plays, that you have a great opportunity you need to take advantage of. And for this little stretch, we haven't. We made a couple of changes. We made a poor decision on the shorthanded goal last night, and it's not what we drew up. We had a couple of great practices with our unit, and to a man, we really felt good about it. We took a long look even at our practice video of how it looked, and what can we adjust off of that. But I think it'll be in a good place. I think that during the year you run into a little stretch where it's not going so well. Before this 6-game stretch, we were on a real good run. I think for 20 games we were around 7th or 8th in the league with our power play, which was a good place. And again, we know that it can be a difference maker for us, just as our penalty killing was a big difference maker for us last night.
Lindy Ruff joining us. Lindy, last night you also got goals from, you get a goal from Ryan McLeod, you get a goal from Josh Norris. I'm thinking about secondary scoring here as this team heads to the playoffs, and you'd had some players that were in maybe dry spells on the score sheet, and got to be a good feeling, as we're talking about your team playing well going in. You want to, of course, peaking, whatever you want to say it. You've got some of these guys that have probably got a little bit of the confidence back.
Yeah, I think that's really important, that all of a sudden you got Norris with a few goals in the last few games, and McLeod has scored a couple goals in the last few games, and then last night Thompson gets a couple. I've liked what the Norris line has done. I think their line has really got some good chemistry, and our top line made a lot of great plays. You look at the early shifts that line had, but you need some balanced scoring. You need the depth of scoring, because they're going to do everything possible to keep your best goal scorers off the score sheet, and that's where their secondary scoring really becomes important. So for Norris, for McLeod, Tomer, Tuck, all the guys that are the guys that you really count on. It was great to see these last few games them get on the board.
You've got a home game against Dallas. They don't have anything to play for seeding. You don't have anything to play for seeding. Have you thought about how you're going to manage the lineup and try to get through it without anything crazy happening?
Yeah, you know what? We'll have that discussion. We'll have that discussion today. We really didn't get into that last night. We, like I said, we tried to enjoy the moment, and we're meeting later this morning, and we'll go through that. I think the important part is if there's some players that are a little bit nicked up, we've got bodies here that can play. The focus now is getting ready for the playoffs. So if 2 or 3 guys need some time, we'll give it. If not, typically players want to play. They don't, they don't want to sit out even that last game of the year. And I think our group will be the same.
Lindy, one injured guy that I'm wondering about heading into the playoffs here, Noah Ostlund. You've talked about it being a pain management thing with him. One, I don't know if there would be any further update today on him, but is any piece of him returning the way the lineup looks at the moment? Like if you thought, I really like the way the top 3 lines are going, and the role that would be available to him would be maybe on a checking line, that would play into whether he's back or not, or playing through a pain management, or does that not factor at all into it?
Well, I think it's something we have talked about, that he was playing on a line with Norris and Doan, and now Benson's playing so well in that line. I think it's similar to when Benson came back, and he assumed the role with Carrick and Melenstein on that 4th line of ours, and it became such an important line. Anything is possible. I think right now it is really tough to touch probably the top 3 lines, but you could easily have him there. He could move up the lineup in a heartbeat if he's down there. We know what he's done for us, and we know what he can bring. He's been a big piece of our team all year, and I feel that wherever we put him, he's going to be effective for us.
And just last follow up on him. As of now, you're not ruling him out for the start of the playoffs?
I'm not ruling him out, no. He's been skating. I'll get an update again this morning on how yesterday went. When we left for Chicago, he had a better day, which made me think there's a chance he could be ready. I'd like to see him get some practices in. It's been more lighter duty work. The physicality will play a part in whether he can handle being back in or not.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff joining us on the Western Hotline.
Last one for you, Lindy, from me. There was a clip that was going viral about Elliot Friedman. Chris Pronger said that Rasmus Dahlin was number 1 on their Norris vote for right now. And I don't know that you've ever coached somebody that I'm sure not won the Norris or even was a finalist. I just wonder from your perspective, like him for that award, and maybe just looking back on your career, like got to be one of the best defensemen, I'm sure, that you would consider that you've ever coached.
Oh, for sure. I think you look at the year and what Ras has dealt with it's been an incredible year for him, offensively, defensively. He has played extremely well for us. He's had a great year. He has been the guy that has really pulled a lot of guys into the fight. You go to the Tampa games, you go to some of the games where the opponent just doesn't like playing against this guy. And I think Raz could definitely be a guy that could win this trophy.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Lindy, thank you very much. We won't ask you about the Jack Adams. It's okay. I thought about it. I was going to you get a second one. You get a second one that's a pretty good list. I'm looking at the list.
Next question.
All right. Lindy, congratulations on the division, and we'll talk playoffs next.
Yeah, thanks, gentlemen. Great being on.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Next question. Do you got how many 2-time winners can you name? There's one 3-time winner.
Ooh.
And there are a good handful of, maybe 2 handfuls of 2-time winners.
3-time winner's got to be Scotty Bowman.
No, he's a 2-time winner.
That's amazing.
Multiple
3-time winner.
Multiple Jack Adams trophies.
It's going to be a guy that keeps getting the different stops, isn't
No,
it?
this is a worthy name. It's a worthy name.
Quenneville?
No, Joel Quenneville is a one time.
Paul Maurice?
Paul Maurice, no, not 2 times.
Not even 2? Boudreaux? Yeah,
No.
that's what I was going to do.
No, Bruce Boudreau.
Wow, we're bad at this.
There's a lot of one-time winners, like you said. Like it tends to.
Okay. Does someone guess Tortorella?
Twice.
No.
That's
Yeah,
one of them.
that's
John
good.
Tortorella, 2-time winner.
3-time winner, and it's not like ridiculous.
I don't think it's ridiculous. No.
What about Laviolette?
No.
Good. I'm glad that's not the answer.
This is an older guy. It's got to be an older guy, right?
Older,
Alain Vigneault.
Older-ish. He last made the playoffs in 2004. So, yeah, 80s, 90s, 2000s.
22 years ago?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have the last name. Pat.
Yes.
What's the last
Pat Quinn?
name? No.
Pat Quinn has
Burns.
2. Pat Burns has 3.
Okay.
Pat Burns.
Pat Burns 3. Pat Quinn 2. You got Bowman 2. You got Tortorella 2. There are 2 others.
Randy Carlisle.
Put it this way. Did you get the other Pat? There's another Pat, and there's 2.
Another Pat?
Yeah.
You got 2 Pats.
There's 2 Pats and 2 Jacques.
We got
Jacques
Jacques Lemaire
Lemaire.
and Jacques Demare.
Okay.
Jacques
great.
Lemaire and Jacques Demare.
Yeah. Those are all your multiple Jack Adams winners. How does he not win it now? It was going to be one thing if they didn't all the way to the division. They're trying to make the case in Pittsburgh for their guy?
Listen, I'll listen to the Pittsburgh guy before I listen to Tampa.
Fine.
Agreed.
Pittsburgh.
Agreed. They were supposed to be horrible.
They were supposed to be bad. They were supposed to be bad.
They've got 3 Hall of Famers.
They were supposed to be bad. Yes, they were supposed to get old and be bad. The Sabres break a 14-year playoff drought and win the division.
Come on.
They won the division.
And not the bad division,
Right.
which Pittsburgh is in.
Tampa has the MVP of the league on their team and the best goalie in the world. That's the only thing that is stopping me is the Cooper nonsense. And the article the other day from the Pro Hockey Writers Association, they voted on it. And guess who won by 1 vote? Cooper. Ugh. But they don't vote on the award. The broadcasters do. So, yeah, I think he has to win it now. But I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. The Devils play-by-play guy the other day said that Lindy's number 1 in his ballot and doesn't have Cooper on his finalists.
There's a lot of ways to do this. Let's just go on wins. The Sabres are 3rd in the league in wins with 50.
50 wins.
Yeah.
Colorado and Carolina have more. The Penguins in wins are 14th. I guess I got to fight the Penguin guy now because
Dan Muse.
Again, if it's expectation, they're supposed to be terrible.
But they weren't supposed to be that much worse than. I mean, the Sabres had some believers, but
some believers.
They were not.
They were the king of the This is going to be the worst team in the league this year. They got all that last summer. It was they put out a video.
To be fair,
last week.
So did the Bruins. Why are they different?
Fair.
The Bruins were thought to be worse than the Penguins.
Goalie Swayman carrying doesn't give the coach enough credit.
The other thing about Tampa that should be noted here is they're playing 500 hockey since the Olympic break.
That is also true.
Like, you've limped your way into the playoffs. And Hedman's out, but he wasn't out for all that. He was out for the last 2 weeks. You played 500 hockey. You lost your minds playing the Sabres and Montreal, took a bunch of penalties and lost those games, so you didn't win the division because of that. You blew a 2-goal lead to Detroit, who was playing for nothing in the third period. Just, I can't even listen to the argument for him. I can listen to it on Muse, the Penguins guy.
Sure.
I just don't agree.
Paul Hamilton, when we return, we'll get his breakdown of the game and maybe playoff preview. We're down to 2 teams. It's going to be Boston or Ottawa, and we could know tonight if the Bruins, if the Bruins get a win.
If the Bruins win, then it's Sabres-Bruins.
Yes.
A win of any kind. If they get 1 point, then we got to go to tomorrow.
Yeah, Ottawa could win.
And they play Toronto.
Ottawa will have the tiebreaker on Boston. Toronto will want to lose that game. Toronto won last night, right?
No, they ended up losing.
They blew it? Okay.
Dallas came back and won.
Okay, I saw they were up big. Boy, if that were a tank bowl for us,
oh yeah, that's
apart,
Jonathan.
you fools.
I don't know who scored for Dallas late, but that guy would be our Jonathan Toews.
Paul on the other side, your phone calls as well. 803-0550. Got to get some more schedule nuggets here. When's this game going to be? Is my Saturday? Is my Sunday? What I have to make sure I block off?
I now know the
everything.
entire NBA Game 1 schedule because of conflicts with.
Good.
Do they consider Charlotte and Carolina Hurricanes is that a conflict? Because different cities, but the same state?
It's a good question. 803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. When thinking of which NHL opponent you'd like to avoid in a series, what do you want to avoid more? And this is the conversation about Boston versus Ottawa. It's down to Boston and Ottawa. The Sabres will play either the Bruins or the Sens. And do you want to avoid the stud goalie or the opponent's system/style? And that's basically a subtweet of, do you want to avoid Swayman or do you want to avoid what Ottawa does, which is not give up a lot? Boston is slow. They're a slow team. The Sabres are a fast team. Like in terms of the data about speed bursts and how fast teams skate, Boston is the slowest team. They play slow.
Yeah.
They play slow and the Sabres play fast. So, but they have Swayman, and maybe you think he could turn the tide versus Ottawa, who their system and style is very good, and their goalie has let them down a lot of the season. So, understanding that once you get to the playoffs, goalie is voodoo. So,
yeah, Sabres are the third fastest team in the league by almost every 20 to 22 miles per hour. They're third, 18 to 20 miles per hour. They're first.
Boston.
This is the thing about NHL Edge. They don't like to really point out who's bad at things. They only show you the top 10.
Yeah,
and Boston's not in the top 10. So they are considered to be slower, play along the wall, keep things in front of them. And I think they know who they are. You look at their skaters and go, yeah, this is not really filled with guys that are moving up and down the ice at will against you. It's Zadorovs and it's Sean Corrali and it's guys like that. They could be tough to play against, but I love that type of team for the Sabres. That to me is different than Ottawa. I think Ottawa can skate with the Sabres. They just kind of don't. They don't need to. They can play physical and heavy, and that's Kachuk, and that's a lot of their guys. So Ottawa, to me, is just a more talented group. And I think, their goaltending should definitely be considered less trustworthy going into the playoffs.
Yeah.
But Allmark is playing better. That doesn't mean you have to guarantee he's going to play well in the playoffs. He's had great seasons, then not played well in the playoffs. But he has played better as of late. And to me, of the two, what's the best possible challenge you could get? It's Ottawa with good goaltending.
Mm-hmm.
If they got good goaltending, that's your hardest matchup. Boston, you're seeing them max out. They don't have another level. Ottawa does have another level. They just got to get the saves. Boston's doing all they can do. They've got to get Swayman to kind of carry them, and I would rather play a team that doesn't have another gear.
Buffalo Sabres hit 108 points on the season and clinched the top spot in the Atlantic Division after defeating Chicago last night 5-1. Tage Thompson also scored his 40th goal of the season. They wrap up their regular season tomorrow night at 7 o'clock from KeyBank Center against Dallas. Then it's off to the playoffs. And speaking of the playoffs, WGR Sports Radio 550 is your home for every moment of the run. Grab your Let's Go Buffalo signs now at Lenco Supplies, featuring incredible discounts going on now. And get there with Liberty Cab, your ride on time every time. Looking around the NFL, Lions GM Brad Holmes said the team has already discussed picking up the fifth-year option for Jahmyr Gibbs. The 49ers signed edge rusher Cameron Sample, formerly of the Bengals, to a one-year deal. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon visiting with the Dolphins, and ESPN's Jordan Reed reports that Indiana wide receiver Omar Cooper Jr. meeting with the Jets. In baseball, the Blue Jays get underway with the Brewers at 7:40 tonight. The Yankees beat the Angels 11-10 yesterday, and the Mets lost 4-0 to the Dodgers, and the Red Sox fell 13-6 to the Twins. Every mile tells a story. Help us celebrate those who make the Ride for Roswell a success. Whether you ride, volunteer, or donate, you're making a difference. Share your story of why you take part in the Ride for Roswell and tag RFR 2026 for a chance to be featured. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
It's Paul Hamilton.
Guys, how are you?
He keeps the people coming back for more.
My Uber dropped me at the wrong terminal, so I had to wait for a bus.
On WGR.
Paul Hamilton joining us, recapping last night's Sabres game. They win the division, just like everybody had it drawn up at the start of the year. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Happy Victory Tuesday, Banner Tuesday. Hang a banner, Paul. How are you this morning?
Well, my Uber dropped me at the right terminal. Could you drop me a plane?
You need a plane?
Yeah, we need a plane. It's a 2-hour delay now, so I didn't think I'd be able to join Sal, but I'm delayed enough now. I'll be able to open a show with him. So.
You know, Paul, you're talking to someone that just had their travel delayed by 3 days here.
Oh, okay.
On my return from vacation, we had a 3-day delay, which I'm sure is not the longest
tough
ever.
To top.
It's tough.
Were you still in Paradise at the time, or no?
Well, Paradise is a
good point, Paul. He went back to a beach after he got delayed.
We also we did have a family that had a stomach bug at the time, so it was touch and go. But we did get to stay, on island time for a couple more days. Anyway, Paul, they win in Chicago, and it's whatever. Maybe I want to say it's another example of the Sabres just kind of answering the bell. They're the story of the season, of course, is they win the division. They've been great. They've got 50 wins on the year. It's been a bit of a dream season, and they keep getting it done when you need to get something done.
Yeah, and it didn't start off well. 14 seconds into their brand new power play, you got Darlene turning the puck over. You got Tuck letting a guy blow by him. And as I told Brian, this is what's different about this team. They both made bad plays. They're human. But they don't let it consume them. They get mad and they do better, and they both had great games after that. They both were very good after that. Look what Tuck did on that 5-on-3 along with Samuelson and Timmins. A minute 13, 5-on-3. They didn't give up a shot, and they were out the whole time. They did not give up a shot, and even at the rest of the power play. Now 5-on-4 still didn't give up a shot. So I don't worry too much when somebody makes a mistake. As I said, they're human. Because it's unlike other years where it consumes them and that's the end of them for the game, they were two very good players after that happened.
Their penalty kill all year, Paul. How big a story do you think that's been, how good it is? Because they've not been that consistent in previous years, but it also is how dangerous they are at times, too. They've scored so many shorthanded goals throughout the year. And they were there last night. They had to be out there a lot. You mentioned the 5-on-3. And they kind of just been rock solid for the most part all year. Maybe there was a little bit of a rough stretch, beginning of this month. But that was kind of it.
Yeah, and the 5-on-3, but I forgot to say, they only had a 1-goal lead at the time, too.
Right.
So Chicago scores there or scores on both penalties. Now you're behind. And now what happens? They're quite capable of coming back, but still, and then right after that, Tuck scores. It wasn't, I don't even think it was a minute later. Darlene with a great pass, hits him, sends him in, he scores, and now they're off and running. And that's what a penalty kill like that can do. When you do that, the bench is up now. I mean, Rasmus Dahlin talked about it, how the bench is just electric when watching that. And then Mallenstein blocks a shot, and he's laying on the ice. He can't get up. He's crawling, literally crawling, and on the way to the bench decides, well, maybe I'll lay out and try to block another shot as he's crawling. And then they have to help him up and off the ice. 5 minutes later, he's on the ice playing again. I mean, that's the stuff that you see and the people on the bench see and gets them excited about playing hockey as a group, as a team.
One thing we brought up with Lindy Ruff, Paul, was some secondary scoring coming back. They've had 5 goals in each of the last 3 games, granted against non-playoff teams, but you've got Ryan McLeod with 4 points in 4 games. I'm looking. He had 2 points in his previous, I think, 10 or 11. So, like, between McLeod, Norris, and that line that last night did some work as well. Like, I feel like when that line is working, the one they had last night, and you're getting that secondary scoring, that's how they get to the 4s and the 5s pretty consistently.
Ryan McLeod had 1 goal in like 30 or 31 games. And now he had said, because he scored and we talked, and he said he's definitely concentrating on shooting more. Because you think about the opportunities that he passed up in those 30 games, he probably could have had 5 or 6 more goals because he had just grade A golden opportunities, and he's passing to other guys, and he showed, on the goal, he has a good shot. I mean, he can shoot the puck. I mean, so you got to figure he would have had some more goals if he wasn't passing up on those. So he is trying to concentrate on shooting more, and, Quinn's up to 20 goals. Zucker is, 25, I think, 24, 25. Yeah. Doan's got 25. Yeah. Now, Byram, other than an empty netter, he's gone dry, but he still has 11 or 12. He was scoring earlier. Dahlin, 19. Samuelson's gone dry a little bit, but he's in double figures. So you got secondary scoring out of him. When Ostlund was playing, you were getting it out of him. When Carrick was playing, you were getting it out of him. Mallenstein scores the occasional Wayne Gretzky goal. He doesn't get he does get some of the tip-ins and stuff, but he has a couple of Wayne Gretzky goals this year.
13 players, Paul, have double-digit goals this year. Like, that is got to be historically deep for, 10, it's not 20, but to have 13 guys that could give you double-digit goals, that's a huge piece of your lineup.
Yeah, you really have to go back to the times when Joe, I don't even know if you were alive back when those things were happening. Back when you would get a bunch of 20 and 30 goal scorers on your team. So, the Bruins or Ottawa are going to have a lot to worry about when it comes to the Sabres. And, all right, you got this line bottled, but what are you going to do with this line? And this line bottled, well, what are you going to do with this line? And, all right, we're going to play a close checking game. Well, Mallenstein just tipped one in. Uh-oh, now what? Type of a thing. So it's kind of a pick your poison if you're the Bruins or Ottawa.
That's where I think they are so tough to match up with, Paul, because Jeremy says secondary scoring there. I'm like, who really are even their secondary scorers? Like, behind Tage and Tuck, all these guys are pretty close. McLeod, I think, would qualify as that. But
the third name I think about when you start to
you said Norris, and I'm like, Norris, their highest paid forward.
Right. My third name out of you named 2, I was going to say it was Zucker. Like, is Zucker the guy I think about third?
I'm like,
Doan.
Okay,
I'm not even sure these guys are secondary because they're so well balanced. But that's part of their challenge, right, Paul? Like, if you are a team like Boston, Ottawa may be a little more able to match up line for line with them, but you've got a top line, and then you basically have 2 second lines that you have to compete with.
Yeah, I'm going to look at Utah. Their GM made a horrendous trade, but, he still made the playoffs. But I would rather have Kesselring at his best and Doan any day of the week than J.J. Peterka. Even with J.J. Peterka, even if he scores 30. I'll repeat, I would rather have Doan and Kesselring at his best than J.J. Peterka any day of the week. And then you're paying J.J. Peterka $7.7 million or whatever it is. That's insane. But they still made the playoffs, so I guess you can't get too upset. But that just turns out to be a horrendous trade for them.
Paul Hamilton joining us on the Western Hotline on last night's Sabres win over Chicago. Paul, do you have a feeling on Ottawa-Boston? Who who allows the Sabres to feel more comfortable to play the style they want to? I know they can play multiple different styles, you know. They're gonna adapt. We talked to Lindy about each of these teams, but do you have one that you'd feel better about?
I don't think the Sabres care what style they have to play. It's like they can lock down a 1-goal lead. They can come back when they need to come back to win a hockey game. They can do it almost any way you want to do it. They can rumble and get in a brawl with you if you want to. You know, whatever you want to do, let's go, is the type of thing they're looking at. The only thing I would say, even though Ullmark played very well in the last game against Ottawa, I would much rather play Ullmark than Swayman. Swayman could really ruin your plans. So, I mean, Ullmark possibly could too. But that would be my deciding factor. Is I would much rather play Ullmark, even if he stones the Sabres. I won't go back on that. I would much rather play Ullmark than Swayman.
Right, Swayman's been so good all year, and Paul Ullmark, even in like his best seasons, has struggled a bit in the playoffs. So even though he is playing better as of late, I think he's a total wild card.
Yeah, definitely. So, Ottawa's, they're going to play a style where they're going to play the game in the neutral zone and wait for a break, old New Jersey Devil style, and hopefully take advantage of the break that they might get. So that's what you're going to wind up with there. You better be patient if you're going to play them, and the Sabres are. They don't get impatient like they used to. If they have to be patient, they're patient. Boston, it's hard because – they lost 2 games in Boston, but those were both in October. That was a totally different Sabre team and a totally different Boston team back then, too. So it's hard to judge, what are you going to get out of Boston between Boston and the Sabres, just because a lot of those games were early in the season.
Yep. Thanks, Paul.
Yep, take care, guys.
Safe travels. Paul's appearance brought to you by Rail-X Honda. Rail-X, we got this. It'll be Boston or Ottawa. If Boston wins tonight, it'll be Boston. We know that. And the Bruins play, if you want to watch that game this evening, they play 7 o'clock against the Devils.
Devils, yep.
So Bruins and Devils, that's in Boston. Chance to close it out. Are the Devils, should the Devils want to lose? Probably, right? Like, they're pretty far.
I mean, they won a couple games recently. They just beat Ottawa, which was a little bit of a favor if you don't want to play the Sens.
It really won't matter. They're 5 points clear of Florida. 87. Yeah, I mean, you're talking they're far enough down in the draft order. It will not matter for New Jersey. So just they're playing a game on the road to end their season, basically. That's what the Devils do tonight. It's their last game, getaway day. For Boston, they're in, and are they – again, I ask you the same question. Should Boston and Ottawa look at it as we'd rather get on the other side of the bracket? You'd rather be wild card 2. To go play Carolina, and then the winner of Philly-Pittsburgh. Right. So if you're gaming this out that way, you're already in. Let's lose. I know they won't go out there and try to lose. But if I'm a Boston fan, I might say, let's lose. Go to the other side of the bracket. If Ottawa wins, they go to the Atlantic side of the bracket. You want to be in the Metro side.
That's where I'd want to be if I were them.
So if I'm Boston, I'd want to lose. And if I'm Ottawa, I'd want to lose. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, the Sabres won the division, and you're still ready to tank. Hey, whatever's in the best interest of winning. Both Boston and Ottawa should want to get on the other side of the bracket, and that means avoid the Sabres. They should both want to play Carolina because if they get through Carolina, then they're good to go. Pittsburgh, Philly is. I mean, would Ottawa be favored to win a series against the Flyers?
Yes,
of course,
absolutely.
Would they be favored to beat Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Yeah, probably. 803-0550 to join us. 1-888-552-550. 3-day delay. You know one thing I learned about airports over there? And not just airports, but everything? We were in Madeira, which is part of Portugal. If you have a baby, we have a baby with us. Our youngest is under 2. Every line, you get to jump every line.
Yeah.
Every single line. Yeah.
Jump every line. Like, they just let you go to the front?
It's not just like priority seating for airplanes.
They'll take you're saying like the workers there will take the rope down. Like, here you go.
Yeah.
Cut to the front.
There's a cable car in the city we were in, Funchal, which goes from the bottom from the ocean all the way up to the top of and you go right through everybody. There's 400 people in line. You're going to the front. You had a baby. It's nice.
Yeah.
Haven't heard the MVP of the trip. Oh,
it's
sweet.
Like a universal fast pass.
Yes. Look here. Let us in. Right this way. You have a baby. Get in there. So it's great. Customs everywhere. Over there, at least. 3 days of delays. Paul's over here talking about an hour.
Right.
803-0550. The playoffs this weekend. I can't stand not knowing when the game is.
We won't know till Wednesday.
If we know the...
actually, Thursday maybe.
If Boston wins tonight, isn't it possible we could know that sooner? The NHL could start telling these teams, listen,
through leaks maybe.
Here's your schedule. We've
right.
got your building dates locked in. You're going to start on Saturday. We might know that as soon as that happens.
Sure.
Anyway, Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-552-550 on WGR.
This is their third longest win streak since the 10-game win streak. Third longest since the 10-game. Right. They had a 5-game win streak, and they had an 8-game win streak, and now they're on a 4-game win streak.
And I think they had a 4 before the 10-game win streak, somewhere in there. Maybe not.
Maybe. They had a 3 also. They had a couple 3s in there. I mean, they are since the screenshot of where they were on, what was the exact date? December 6th?
Okay, yeah, I was going to say 5th.
Or
yeah,
5th,
December 6th.
5th or 6th. Like, since they are 11, 13, and 4,
Jeremy White here
and in
for
last place
Auto
in the
Sales.
NHL, in the Eastern Conference, their record is...
It's obscene.
Like, I can't believe their record in that amount of time. It's, 36 wins and 9 losses, whatever.
Yep.
Like, it is just an all-time run. It is as good as any team. It is, the record, at least, is as good as any team in the league has ever played in that amount of time. That's why, like, I don't feel bad saying multiple times, even after they got hot. Like, all right, they're not going to win the division. I would have said that a lot. Like, they're not going to win the division. It took them, look what it took them doing. It is historic what they did to win the division. And I think the division is not like, Tuck kind of had this attitude, like, we're not doing it to win the division. Is there even that much of a benefit if it's Montreal or Ottawa? It might be if it's Montreal, Boston. But, like, I can understand that. And home ice with the 1 versus the 2. For me, it's just more the accomplishment of what you had to do to win the division.
Yep.
Since December.
108 points.
Also, thank you, Red Wings.
Thank you, Red Wings. But to your conversation with Mike North, Sal, like, is the biggest question this year for NFL scheduling that you had that's different from previous years is how does the league treat a new stadium? How do they want to show that off, and how do broadcast partners get involved in that?
Yeah, for sure. Somebody told me 1980 for the Bills and Sabres, but I'm looking. I want to make sure, so you guys can look at that. I think that was there. Yeah, they were. They did 1980 Bills and Sabres. There you go, Joe. There it is. 1980. Okay, it happened. 79-80 for the Sabres, who were good. Okay, Jeremy, to answer your question, we came right out of the chute with it. About the stadium, and yes, there was a story recently in the Buffalo News where I believe Pete Welly said like they'd like to have primetime as the opener. And we all know that, right? The Bills would love to show off that stadium very early in the season. We know the NFL loves to highlight stadiums early in the season. We also know, even though you could put, as Mike North said, kind of any game in there, it's going to fit. It's going to be fine. The Bills have an amazing home schedule this year and a really tough one, home and road. So you're going to have no shortage of choices and options. What I find interesting, though, is when we talk about it on the pod, as you can hear Mike North, primetime means a lot of things these days, right? Which is Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night. He even said something like, we could put that game on Thursday night on Amazon, have Fitz go in there and tear off his shirt, right? That could fit. Like, so you don't know, and we don't know what it could be. And it is on the table to not just be in week one. He even mentioned, hey, teams don't normally go on the road for 2 weeks in a row, but is that possible? Sure it is, because they have a lot going on in week one. Now, it's possible this could he's not going to reveal the schedule, and everybody, I know whenever we do this, it's like, well, everything's still on the table, of course, but you can at least get the thought process of they could do it week one, but hey, the Bills have a couple preseason games. Let's work out the kinks. Maybe you don't go back to Buffalo until week 2 or week 3 even to make sure everything's all set inside the stadium. Yeah. So everything's kind of on the table, but there are a lot of imaginations and possibilities.
All right. Just in the break, talking scheduling stuff. I think if Boston wins tonight, the official stance of this show is Saturday, 5 o'clock, Buffalo-Boston. All right? Yeah. We think?
Yes. I think if it's Buffalo-Ottawa, it's definitely Saturday at 5.
Yeah, not 2 o'clock, not leading off the playoffs.
Buffalo-Boston could be 2, but I think 5 is more likely.
803-0550, our phone number. Jeremy and Joe. We got a watch party coming up. We got multiple watch parties. A lot going on. Stay tuned. Playoffs. Can't wait to find out the schedule. All right, back in a moment. More of your phone calls, 803-0550 on the division champion, Sabres. When thinking of which NHL opponent you'd like to avoid in a series, what do you want to avoid more? And this is the conversation about Boston versus Ottawa. It's down to Boston and Ottawa. The Sabres will play either the Bruins or the Sens. And you want to avoid the stud goalie or the opponent's system/style. And that's basically a subtweet of, do you want to avoid Swayman or do you want to avoid what Ottawa does, which is not give up a lot? Boston is slow. They're a slow team. The Sabres are a fast team. Like in terms of the data about speed bursts and how fast teams skate, Boston is the slowest team. They play slow.
Yeah.
They play slow, and the Sabres play fast. So, but they have Swayman, and maybe you think he could turn the tide versus Ottawa, who their system and style is very good, and their goalie has let them down a lot of the season. So, understanding that once you get to the playoffs, goalie is voodoo. So,
yeah, Sabres are the third fastest team in the league by almost every, 20 to 22 miles per hour, they're third, 18 to 20 miles per hour, they're first. Boston, this is the thing about NHL Edge, they don't like to really point out who's bad at things. They only show you the top 10.
Yeah.
And Boston's not in the top 10. So, they are considered to be slower, play along the wall, keep things in front of them. And I think they know who they are. You look at their skaters and go, yeah, this is not really filled with guys that are moving up and down the ice at will against you. It's Zadorovs and it's Sean Corrali and it's guys like that. They could be tough to play against, but I love that type of team for the Sabres. That to me is different than Ottawa. I think Ottawa can skate with the Sabres. They just kind of don't. They don't need to. They can play physical and heavy, and that's Kachuk, and that's a lot of their guys. So Ottawa, to me, is just a more talented group. And I think, yeah, their goaltending should definitely be considered less trustworthy going into the playoffs.
Yeah.
But Allmark is playing better. That doesn't mean you have to guarantee he's going to play well in the playoffs. He's had great seasons, then not played well in the playoffs. But he has played better as of late. And to me, of the two, what's the best possible challenge you could get? It's Ottawa with good goaltending.
Mm-hmm.
If they got good goaltending, that's your hardest matchup. Boston, you're seeing them max out. Like they don't have another level. Ottawa does have another level. They just got to get the saves. Boston's doing all they can do. Like they've got to get Swayman to kind of carry them. And I would rather play a team that doesn't have another gear.
The Buffalo Sabres hit 108 points on the season and clinched the top spot in the Atlantic Division after defeating Chicago last night 5-1. Tage Thompson also scored his 40th goal of the season. They wrap up their regular season tomorrow at 7 o'clock from KeyBank Center against Dallas. Then it's off to the playoffs. Around the NFL, Lions GM Brad Holmes said the team already discussed picking up the fifth-year option for Jahmyr Gibbs. 49ers signed edge rusher Cameron Sample, formerly the Bengals, to a one-year deal. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon visiting with the Dolphins. ESPN's Jordan Reed reports that Indiana wide receiver Omar Cooper Jr. meeting with the Jets. In baseball, the Blue Jays get underway with the Brewers at 7:40 tonight. The Yankees beat the Angels 11-10 yesterday. The Mets lost 4-0 to the Dodgers, and the Red Sox fell 13-6 to the Twins. Join Schopp and Bulldog for the annual pre-draft special Thursday, April 16th from 4 to 6:30, streaming live on YouTube. Get the latest on who is being mocked where, hear from the insiders, and guest appearances from Jeremy White, Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary, and Sal Capaccio. Brought to you by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals, visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
In close there, the Hawks now at the line. Green throws that one away in the middle of the ice. Pass to the far circle, scores! Norris didn't miss that one. It's a dart to tie the game at 1 with 57.8 seconds remaining in the first period in Chicago. Two Hawks on him. Tuck came away with it, then lost it. Picks it up again in the corner. Well, Thompson on the wall. That goes off a slagger right to the Sabres. And now Buffalo with a quick up here for Tuck with a shot. Scores! scores! Alex Tuck makes it 3-1 Buffalo with 14:22 remaining here in the third period. Got some growing to do. They've got some star power. We'll see where they go next. But I'll tell you what's coming up for the Sabres. Maybe another goal here. Here's a pass across with 5 seconds to go. And that will kill the clock with a puck behind the net. The Buffalo Sabres are Atlantic Division champions with this win tonight. Up to 108 points. Last year, the Maple Leafs with 108 were Atlantic champions. This year, the Buffalo Sabres have climbed the mountain in step number 1 as they approach the NHL playoffs as division champs.
All right, don't cry. I've been on vacation since last week. I got emotional at the RJ video. I haven't had a chance to come on and talk about that. Me too. Holy cow. I thought, like, oh, they're going to clinch. We're all going to be fine. We all know what's going to happen. And then that video plays, and I'm just like, oh.
I watched it the other day again, and I got emotional again. Yeah. They should play it again before the playoffs in the arena.
I'm over
here
here
a good job.
Trying to explain to my kids. The twins are 5. And I'm trying to explain the playoffs are starting soon. What does that mean? Everything I explained to my son is in terms of Lightning McQueen winning the Piston Cup. I'm like, it's kind of like to try to win the Piston Cup. And it's actually a cup, yeah. So, I mean, I think they're old enough now where when I scream for an overtime goal, they don't get scared of me. There was a little bit of a phase there where, watching Bills playoffs games, you would go crazy and then, scare small children. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. All these songs, like, man, back. I'm over here. Whatever.
What is the song going to be for us that we remembered this year?
Money for Nothing. Is that it? They come out a bunch more times than Money for Nothing, or
did they play Better Days during the regular season ever? No, right?
This year, no.
No, 07. Wasn't it? It wasn't until the playoffs they started using it, right? Like for the intro on MSG.
I think it was.
The arena.
I think it was playoffs.
I think they could still introduce the song of the season.
I want to say that Better Days was the regular season coming onto the ice video in 06-07, the whole season.
I thought it was the playoffs, but maybe
Let me confirm.
I'm a teenager at the time, so I will
text my when was Better Days really used source. I thought it was the season. Yeah, it's what they came onto the ice on game 1. I'm pretty sure.
Game 1 of the regular season?
Yeah. Why is it so crystal in my memory? Why could I tell you that every time I watch that intro, I could, for whatever reason, when the car's driving up the 190 by the Peace Bridge, I can remember the bell on the light light rail going down. Like, I can remember because I think I saw the Better Days thing 30 times, not 6 times.
But that video also has fans walking into the arena wearing the slug.
Well, they would have.
And the slug wasn't yet introduced or people weren't. Well, I guess they could have been recording it for preseason games,
or they just add more. They just change the video over time.
Yeah,
like the season goes along, you add different goals in. You keep the general motif, whatever the theme and all that.
Yeah, because when you search it, it comes up as playoff intro video. That doesn't have to mean that they didn't also use it for the regular season. I'm just not sure.
I could be wrong. It could be entirely just postseason. When I think about it, I think about the time when. Playoff video only. Okay, maybe it was. I feel like I saw it way more than that.
Maybe I'm not sure. I don't remember. I mean,
someone in the chat says it was playoff only.
It was playoff only.
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
It was the playoff video. Okay, it's playoff only. I thought.
All right, well then that makes it so that let's find a song, find a playoff song.
I wonder if they'll use Better Days again, or whatever.
Your own season wants a song though, doesn't it? Like 06 is Hurricane 2000. 07 is Better Days. I don't know what 10 or 11 were. Maybe there weren't any for those. They might not have played long enough in the playoffs for us to remember.
Right, they played
another
three
part of it.
home games in each of those series.
Yeah.
4 in the Philly series. So
I'd be if they wanted to run back Better Days, I'd be
3.
Totally fine with it. They could do a lot. I'm just not going to remember this season for Kickstart My Heart, I think.
No.
No offense. I can't believe Kickstart My Heart is still the goal song. I forget about it because the crowd's too loud now to even notice.
Yeah. What are we looking at? Whiteouts, rally towels.
Oh, whiteouts. Remember the 06 whiteout in Game 1 against Philly? There were T-shirts, I think, on the back of the seats that were given out, as you would do for a whiteout. Yeah, do a whiteout. Winnipeg does that, don't they? All their playoff games, they're not there.
Help me out here. Is Dumont the last overtime winning goal at KeyBank Center? Game 3, Ottawa?
Ooh, at the arena? Because Ennis was on the road.
Coletta's on this wasn't overtime.
That wasn't overtime.
Ennis is on the road.
They didn't have another overtime. They didn't have an overtime winner against Boston.
So Dumont is the last overtime home winner.
They didn't have Finneganoff. 07 Rangers.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Game 5. That's probably it.
Yes.
They had overtime losers at home. They had a lot. How many losing goals?
Leno. Alfredson.
Corvo. Right?
Yep.
3 overtime. Man, imagine the pop on an overtime winning. I can't wait. Saturday, come on.
Every game.
Could it be? It can't be Monday, right? By the way,
it can't be Monday. I won't survive.
Someone's opening Monday. It won't be the Sabres. It'll be a team that plays on Thursday. That has to wait till Monday. Don't make us wait till Monday. Saturday afternoon. Oh, the overtime crowd pop, the first goal crowd pop. We talked about this with Lindy a little bit. Everyone's hitting in the playoffs. There's a bigger cheer for hits in the playoffs. Malenstein's going to run someone through the boards on the first shift, and that's going to get an ovation that a goal would have sounded like a year ago.
Can't
All
wait.
The best.
Can't wait.
They have the big banner up already out at the arena.
I saw the signage is up. The Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yep.
Am I in my head right now singing like the NHL and NBC theme? It's TNT though. There's no one. I don't know. Can't wait. We're going to get Dan Dunleavy on the calls of these playoff games.
TV, this is new, right? Like the last time they made it, it was Versus, but it also would have still been some local,
MSG.
Right? There would have been some MSG games.
Now it's national?
Is it just national? Because from what I've experienced the last few years, I think every Stanley Cup playoff game is on national TV.
Okay.
I think that's the case.
2 things. 1, that means if you want to hear call the game from Dan and Rob, it's here on GR. 2, good. Gotham is a mess. You're telling me we get to graduate off of Gotham and go national on all of them? Victory. Massive victory to get away from Gotham. It's unreliable. It goes out for days at a time. It's terrible. And in terms of the number of people that have it, how many people have TNT versus have Gotham? It's great news.
Yeah.
Great news if they're all on national. Back when it was 05-06 and you had more local that time, it was different. Now, everybody had it back then. Now, which streaming service you have to have, which doesn't have MSG, the Gotham app, blah, 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 blah. Good. Go national. I'm into that.
I think I'm going to double check. I'm pretty sure that is the case.
I think I saw that
too. It could be one of those where, was this the case with the Sabres where their games would be on both? Would that ever happen? Where they would get an MSG broadcast and then there would also be a national broadcast?
Yeah, I'm reading right now that it looks like they have, in the first round, there are some non-exclusives, so you can have a local broadcast and the national broadcast. But after that, in the second round and on, everything's national.
And basically, the national broadcast would be unavailable here locally.
Right.
Gotcha. All right, well,
but to everybody else, they would get the TNT broadcast.
So that means I am on Gotham?
I believe for the first round, you'll have some Gotham.
All right. I take back all of my celebration of being free from Gotham's grasp.
I mean, you're gonna be going out for these games.
That is true.
Who are we kidding?
Yeah, I hope to.
Going out for these games, going to the arena,
going to watch parties,
canal
side parties.
Yeah, you're not gonna need Gotham. Hopefully.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Will in Chicago. He was at the game last night. Hey, Will, what's up?
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about my voice. Just woke up, and yeah, obviously I was at the game last night. Since you guys did that interview a few weeks ago with Beck, I've had these tickets for half a year. But immediately after that interview, I took 2 T-shirts to the custom T-shirt store. We got goat logos, and we got number 29 Malin goat on the back. So me and my wife, this is her first game. I took my shirt, put it up against the boards during warm-ups, and we got the nod of approval from the Malin goat himself. So I think the T-shirt is official. I think it's the name stuck. Just at the game last night, the experience was unreal. It kind of felt like the Bills-Miami game where we went in, just kind of took over that game before the playoffs a few years ago. Like when you get a team that's just like so unbelievably good and they just beat the wheels off the home team, seeing all those home fans leave the arena and then you're just left with let's go Buffalo chants. It's just like unbelievable.
Yeah.
So
thanks, Will.
Yeah, just one question about the roster. Just what I've noticed, I feel like when Oslin's on that line with Doan and Norris, like there's a little bit more playmaking and scoring ability rather than Benson. I know Benson obviously does like an amazing job with his role, but I think when Oslin comes back, does he go back to that line immediately just for a little bit more scoring on that line and drop Benson back down to the fourth line? Just love to hear your opinion. All right.
It's a good question what they'll do. I wouldn't agree that they're not creating. They're scoring every game, that line. I mean, they've maybe scored every game they've been together. Benson's on a 4-game point streak. Norris is on a 5-game point streak. And that's all at 5-on-5. That's not at power play. So I think they're scoring. I do think it's a good question, though. I don't know what they would do when he comes back because Lindy loves Oslind. Loves him. He puts him out there in critical situations, top lines, wing, center, defense, doesn't matter. He can do it all. But I think part of that means he could play fourth-line center for you. Right? He's responsible defensively. He can skate. He can play center. He's a natural center. Like, you could throw him with Greenway and Malenstein and leave the top 3 lines together. I still think that's what they'll do. I do not think you should touch the Benson, Norris, and Doan line. You should leave that as is.
803-0550. On playoff tickets, so there were not a lot available. Not a surprise.
No, did you see Brian Mazurowski's tweet from the last couple minutes?
What's that?
They have a guest on right now from the VIP tickets, just a secondary site. And he says right now there's about 800 tickets available across secondary market sites for games 1 and 2. Typically, that number is more than double that.
Okay.
Which would indicate that people who have tickets are not selling.
Two things on this. One, it's not Montreal. It's Ottawa or Boston. I don't think Boston infiltrates the arena at all.
No.
And I don't think Ottawa does either.
If there's only 800 tickets for the 2 games, those fans won't even have an opportunity to infiltrate.
Yes, that's right. The other thing I want to say is this, and I like to say this about everything you've ever seen online regarding a sale. Tickets are going for $800. Are they? Or are they listed for $800?
You're saying on the secondary
yes.
sites. Yeah.
I'm saying listed and going for are not the same thing. Did it actually go? I only want to see the proof. Before you tell me tickets are selling for $800, show me the receipt of someone who bought a ticket for $800.
Right.
Because I could just go here and list my ticket for $2,000. That doesn't mean it's going for $2,000. It's listed for $2,000. I could list this bottle of water for $1 million. It's not going for $1 million. That said, if you're selling your ticket and gouging people,
well, you're only gouging people if you're actually going to sell
get $800 per ticket.
Right. If you're listing it for, well, I guess I don't know the numbers. The person listing it for $800 might actually think he's going to get $800.
Or the person listing it for $800 simply might be living in a world that I have lived in many times, which is I'm going to this game unless someone gives me $800.
Right. Like there's a world in which I wouldn't go. This is the number it would take for me to not go to the game.
That number doesn't necessarily mean that I'm out to gouge people. It just means like, listen, if you want to prevent me from having this experience, this is the cost. I get cup final tickets.
Yeah.
And like, all right, I'm going to list it for $23,000. And if you want to pay it, then you've convinced me not to go. But I don't really think that you've got people hoarding tickets, making a buck. It's just probably not happening that much. You also...
No, I mean, in a 19,000-seat arena, if you have less than 1,000 that are available, like we're talking about a single-digit percentile of people in the first place. Like, for the majority, this is the playoffs are back, and yeah, the tickets are expensive, but fans are buying them because they're excited to be back, and they're buying them to go to the games. This is not sites are buying up 2,000 tickets because they're going off and reselling them. Like I don't think that is really happening in a large enough sample to really care about.
Another thing is, I don't know why we have to cover it like a news story when someone goes and stands outside the arena to buy tickets to then find out they're only available online. If you went to the arena, they were not available. Can I go someplace where something's not for sale and have the news come asking me about it? They weren't for sale at the arena, right? They're only available online?
Yeah.
So a lot of this is like, what does anybody expect? It's a 19,000-seat building. You have approximately, 80,000 people that would like to go. We got season tickets a month ago to prepare for this. Because, all right, listen, I'm going to want to be in that building. My commitment is I'll split season tickets with Joe and a couple other buddies. Like, we're splitting season tickets next year. A lot of people made that same bet. Like, all right, fine. If it means enough to me to go to playoff games, I'll get season tickets. And that's an incredible tool for the Sabres to kind of build that all back up. But I just think the stories of the gouging are probably overestimating how much of it is happening. And deep in that is they're probably not selling for that price in reality.
No, I can't imagine they are. And I think part of that is the limited availability of the tickets in the first place.
Right.
Like, you don't have people listing tickets. There are not that many tickets listed. That's why. That's why the numbers look so crazy. If there were 4,000 people trying to sell their tickets, there would be a quarter of the price.
It would be lower, right?
But nobody wants to give them up. The people bought in for season tickets and maybe somehow got right to the front of the line with a very limited amount of individual tickets. And this team hasn't been to the playoffs in 15 years. So guess what? I'm treating it as there is no secondary market.
Pretty much. That's why it's so high.
Right.
Because if you want to go to game one, guess what? So does everybody else. Like, we have a comment here in the chat. Tickets are going for Stanley Cup final prices. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Stanley Cup final prices are in the 4 digits.
Yeah. And again, that might be the same kind of thing where it's convince me not to go. Then there's also game 1 is just game 1. Let's look at game 5, right? How much the tickets will all be sold. So this is not how teams sell these tickets. Joe, what is the most valuable game 5 ticket to you? They're up 3-1, they're tied 2-2, they're down 3-1. Don't they have different prices?
Down 3-1
is cheaper. Is definitely a cheaper ticket than up 3-1.
Definitely.
And I feel like 2-2 might be the same. But you're down 3-1 to Boston coming home for game 5. You might find that ticket to be a lot less expensive. Then again, if they're up 3-1, you might think, I don't have to buy this ticket. I got another round coming. So it's going to be tough. I wish I could go to all the games. I know I can't go to all the games. I'm over here just like a lot of you juggling. And that's what, as someone with tickets, what am I going to look for? Game 2? Do I think game 5 is it? Should I plan for game 1 against Tampa in round 2? Like, it's tough. It's tough. But I do not think we should refer to sales happening because the listings are up. If there have been 4 sales of $250 or $300, that does not still mean that all these tickets are going for all that money.
Yep. I've looked. The same is true of a lot of the other, let's call them hockey hotbed markets. Like Montreal, the cheapest ticket is cheaper, but not by a crazy amount. Like, you're still spending $400 to get a 300 level ticket on the secondary market in Montreal right now for a game against the Lightning. So I don't know how different it is from like is it different than like Tampa, or is it different than Dallas? Like, yeah, you go to those places and you're looking like, yeah, I can get in there for $100, to a playoff game.
Right. Well,
but that's a consequence of living in a market that really cares about the team on another level than some other cities.
I'm also like thinking about the Masters. Could these sports leagues, if this is really such a big problem, would you rather have it where you cannot buy tickets on the secondary market or they're just overpriced? The Masters, you can't buy tickets on the secondary market of the Masters. You can't do it.
Yeah, it's not allowed.
They will not let you sell them. If they think you sold them, they'll revoke them.
Right.
So, there's ways around it. Speaking of the Masters, anybody want to do one of the games in this playoff series as a phone-free game? The Masters phone-free policy. I was reading about that more over the weekend, of course.
Every year I like the video of the crowd reacting to the leaderboard getting changed by hand and nobody knowing what's coming. And then it's Scheffler goes up one and everybody goes nuts. Which, of course, if you did have your phones, everybody would have known that already.
What was the story of this Masters? Other than
Game one? You want to do Game 1 phone free?
Game 1 phone free.
What do you need phones for? We're not checking out of town scoreboard anymore.
I know. It's not really a problem with playoff games. People are
we don't need it anymore.
We're pretty locked
Let's
in.
put them away. Put a little thing under everyone's seat. You got to lock it in.
There's an event Saturday night in Tampa in their arena.
Okay.
So if Tampa's home, that pushes Tampa-Montreal to Sunday.
Ooh, okay, that's good.
Is that Sabres-Bruins Saturday night now on the table? Or is that Ottawa-Carolina because they're going to want a hockey night? That's Ottawa-Carolina. Or that's Ottawa-Buffalo. If the Sabres are playing the Senators Saturday night, because Montreal won't be in that spot now.
Okay.
How do you like that? Sabres Sens Saturday night. Guess. These are guesses.
The Sens just aren't. They're not the Canadiens.
I know, but it's a Canadian team. It's hockey night in Canada.
And there's nobody. Does Edmonton plays on Thursday? They're not going to make them do that.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
How about
8 o'clock?
Is it
8 o'clock?
Is it do anything
it's a
to anybody
Saturday at least?
The two teams they could play are two of the last three teams they've been knocked out by.
Two of the last three.
Two of the last three. Philly's the last one.
Philly.
But before that, it's Boston and Ottawa.
Philly. Okay.
803-0550, our phone number. The playoffs return this weekend. How are we going to wait? How are we going to? Somebody leak something. Somebody down at the arena. Come on.
I saw Andrew Filipponi tweet that the schedule should be out on Thursday, but I don't think he heard that. But I think that's probably assumed.
Well, I mean, that's the latest that can be.
I guess I was wondering if it would be like Wednesday night. Like that's what the NFL does, right? Like Sunday night football, the final game of the year, it's like at halftime you find out the playoff schedule.
Yeah.
And there would be like one TBD in there. So maybe like the NHL would have the schedule done, I assume, by because there's games. I keep forgetting there are games on Thursday.
How many?
It's the West. The East has no games on Thursday, so I've been paying attention to the West. The West has games Thursday.
We have one.
So it can't be before Thursday. It can't be Wednesday night.
We only have 3 matchups set.
We have
of the 8.
Minnesota, Dallas, which we've known about since Christmas.
Tampa, Montreal, and Pittsburgh, Philadelphia.
Right.
But the wild card seeding races are not over for Boston and Ottawa, and they're not over for Utah and L.A., or even the Ducks for that matter.
Right.
And Edmonton and Vegas. The whole Pacific is. So we have 4 matchups we know about. 3. I said 3. 803-0550, our phone number. When we return, I'm going to give you a not a conspiracy theory, but I've got something on reading the tea leaves on the Bills, on their visits, on their top 30 visits.
Okay.
You pulled anything out of it yet? On who they've had in?
Not really.
Okay.
Other than, like, we've talked about the receiver profiles being higher level than in past years.
Not on visits.
But that was more
the
on
combine.
the combine.
That's a little bit what I want to get to. So I'll lay that out for you. Just reading their top 30 visits, who they've brought in. See what we can do. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? They won the division with a game to spare. Only needed 81. Only needed 81. 52, 22, and 7.
I never thought the year they'd break it. Win the division. This division has been unbelievable this year, but really for a decade, this division's been insane.
Yeah, you can't crack
Every
into it.
year, the team that makes the cup is the team out of the Atlantic. Like, it is a juggernaut.
Is that happening again this year?
Kingpin teams. Yeah, it's happening again this year.
Isn't it definitely happening this year?
They won one of the hardest divisions ever to win. I remember looking like a month ago. I'll have to look again. By win or by points percentage, this was like the best division since they went to 18 divisions. Like in 15 years, this is the best division there's been. And they just won it. That's insane.
Not bad.
They didn't win the Pacific with 94 points. They won a division where there are two other teams with 106. Yeah, there are so many ways to put into perspective how impressive what they just did is. Like, that banner next year will be so well-deserved. And, among division banners, the last one that's up there, 2010 Northeast, I look up at that division. I don't really, feel anything for that division.
The thing I
that's
think
the
about,
Vezina year. I remember that.
It's Miller's Vezina and Myers-Calder. And that was a year where they were great defensively. They would get leads, and they would absolutely shut teams down.
But I don't remember that division being like this big fight right down to the very end. Maybe it was close. I don't remember.
They went pretty much wire to wire. And you're right.
Maybe it was from beginning to end.
And I'm not sure. You're right. Do I remember it even being a race? I'm not even sure. I'll check to see.
I'm looking. They won it by 6 points.
Okay. Yeah.
So it was. They really weren't sweating it. So for that, don't really remember that part of it. I mean, it's an accomplishment too. But this one will be looking up at that banner in 15 years and remembering, that's the year they broke the drought one. I mean, really, can we put that in a little parentheses at the bottom or something, like drought breaker or whatever? And also, that's the year where it was Tampa and it was Montreal and it was back and forth and it was great teams all over the place. That banner is going to be well-deserved.
Yep.
This is their third longest win streak since the 10-game win streak. Third longest since the 10-game. Right. They had a 5-game win streak, and they had an 8-game win streak, and now they're on a 4-game win streak.
And I think they had a 4 before the 10-game win streak, somewhere in there. Maybe not.
Maybe. They had a 3 also. They had a couple 3s in there. I mean, they are since the screenshot of where they were on, what was the exact date? December 6th?
Okay, yeah, I was going to say 5th.
Or 5th,
December 6th.
5th or 6th. Since they are 11, 13, and 4, and in last place in the NHL, in the Eastern Conference, their record is
it's obscene.
I can't believe their record in that amount of time. It's what, 20 or 36 wins and 9 losses, whatever.
Yep.
It is just an all-time run. It is as good as any team. It is, the record at least is as good as any team in the league has ever played in that amount of time. That's why I don't feel bad saying multiple times, even after they got hot. All right, they're not going to win the division. I would have said that a lot. They're not going to win the division. It took them. Look what it took them doing. It is historic what they did to win the division. And I think the division is not Tuck kind of had this attitude, we're not doing it to win the division. Is there even that much of a benefit if it's Montreal or Ottawa? It might be if it's Montreal, Boston. But I can understand that. And home ice the 1 versus the 2. For me, it's just more the accomplishment of what you had to do to win the division.
Yep.
Since December.
108 points.
Also, thank you, Red Wings.
Thank you, Red Wings.
I think at 26, sure, there could be a Cassius Howell or a Casey Concepcion, whoever that might be, that the Bills are like, oh, he's our last first-round grade. He happened to make it to us. But I think the chances of that are reasonably slim. And if you're telling me that the Bills could get one of the first picks in the second round, get another third-rounder, and then a third-rounder next year for the, say, Arizona Cardinals to move up for Ty Simpson, I think because of the rebuilding process on the defensive side that the Bills are going to have to go through this year and next year, absolutely I would sign up for that.
Chris Trapasso, the draft is 9 days away. We've talked a lot about the Sabres today. On the draft, if I look at Arizona, I've got a new working theory on why trading down is so popular. Okay? You want that before I give him a...
Sure.
Everybody loves trading down because for 3 months you talk yourself into 12 different players. Mm-hmm. And then it gets to be draft day and you're on the board at 26 and, oh, wow, look, here's 7 players we liked. Okay, move down. Mm-hmm. It's all about talking yourself into 10 different pieces. And then you slide down 5 spots. Is it in a pick slide or am I adding picks? Those to me are very different. Right?
Yeah.
Chris there is saying, you slide down for the Bills from 26 to 34. And then is Arizona giving you 65? Okay. That's the first pick of the third round. Are they giving you the first pick of the third round to move up 8 spots for a quarterback that people don't want? I don't think so. I think Ty Simpson's...
Well, you're only moving up if you think there's a reason you have to go up and there's a quarterback or there's a team that would take the quarterback.
I think it's more likely Ty Simpson is gone by that point.
I would agree with that.
I think it's also bad value for them to give up the first pick of the third round for a quarterback at 26. Like, all right, if you're adding picks, trading down sounds like a good idea. If you're just pick swapping, you're just trading up in the fourth. Which, wouldn't we say that's bad? Let's say the Bills are, we're waiting for them to pick in the fourth round. You see they've traded up 13 picks in the third. You'd say, why would you do that? Don't trade up. Trading up is bad. But if you do it as part of another trade down, people are okay with it. They like it. That's the Coleman trade. Trading down, good, but you traded up from the fourth to the third. What'd you get? Mm-hmm. It's the same idea of if you think that you're not better than the draft, why is a pick slide in the fourth to the third worth anything to you? If your team trade down all the way, I feel like you should be team trade down to add picks, not to move in other spots. Because all you're doing is saying, like, I'd rather pick twice in between these 2 picks, which, what is that? Truly. If you're of the belief that it's random, you can't know things, why would you think you can know that the 2 middle are better value than the 2 on the outside of this, like, pick sandwich?
For me, trading down this year is different depending on which position we're talking about. If it's an edge rusher, they all kind of sound the same. They all, not maybe it's not stylistically, but in terms of like where they're going to go, there's going to be your Cassius Howells and your Parkers and your all these guys that are going to go like late first round, early second round. There seems to be a lot of them. Whereas if you want a receiver, it's why would I trade down when I'm probably getting one of those top 5 guys to fall to me? I don't know who. Could be Tyson, could be Cooper, could be Concepcion. Like one of those receivers is probably going to fall to me. Why would I trade down? But that's if I'm going for a receiver. If it's edge rusher, I feel like I could understand it. I think this year for me it's specific to the position.
Well, one thing about that, we'll talk to Joe Marino tomorrow of Locked On Bills. His take on edge rusher is you can get about 90% of the edge rusher you would get in round 1 in round 3. Mm-hmm. So you can get pretty close.
Right.
The edge class is so deep, you could get it 90% of that in round 3, and that might not be the case with some other positions.
That could be one where like the need does matter. You're not really picking for need. Am I trading for need? Because hey, if I thought number 1 on my need list here was wide receiver, I'm not trading down. Look the way the board's going to fall. Right. But if number 1 on my need list is edge, well, now trading down makes sense because that point? Like there's not that much separating the guy I'd pick here from the guy I'd pick in 20 picks, in 15 picks, whereas that would be true of the receiver. Big difference between me picking Omar Cooper here and then the guy I would pick in 15 picks.
So my working theory on that about like Cooper and Concepcion. I've told you many times, I think the Bills will love Omar Cooper. I just think that they're going to like the player that he is. But looking at their top 30 visits, it feels like it's been a little quieter this year than years past. Maybe that's just because there's only, I don't know, linebackers, receiver, it's Chris Bell and Casey Concepcion, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Got a tight end, got a safety, 2 linebackers, 3 defensive tackles. The fact that they brought Casey Concepcion, we knew about this weeks ago. And then it kind of bubbled up again yesterday, which I don't know if that means it was a second visit. Whatever, not important. Whatever. My theory is they don't see wide receiver as their number one need. And 26 is probably marked for a defensive player in the front 7. Linebacker, edge, defensive tackle. But I think they're going to do a lot of work on Concepcion because if he gets close, they might do something. They'll do what it takes. And maybe they trade, you're not picking until the 3rd round. You're not trading your 3rd. If I've got to move up 3 spots to get that guy, I'm not out for that position. I'm out for that guy, though. That guy would do it for. He came in for a visit. It's Chris Bell and him. Chris Bell, where are they picking him?
Third round.
Third. In the
Third
3rd,
round.
right? Because the ACL. Yep. Unless they're trading down multiple times in the 2nd. So if I don't see another receiver come in on a top 30 visit that's first-round guy, and they've had their visits and their Zoom calls with guys like Malik Benson was a private workout, Denzel Boston private workout. It's not to say that Concepcion is the only guy. He's the only guy that's come in that's a first-round talent. They could all get blown up when we get reported today that Omar Cooper comes in.
Right.
I'm just thinking that they've got in pencil, listen, we're focusing defense early. We'll get a receiver when it happens, unless one guy falls, and then we're going to start to do what it takes.
How many guys at other positions are first-round talents that they're bringing in?
That's a good question.
Because to me, it doesn't really. They brought in Dylan Thieneman, right? The safety. They brought in
Christian Miller, defensive tackle, Georgia.
Okay, he would be close to that,
right.
I think.
They got another defensive tackle that's a late round 3 projection, Grayson Halton.
Yeah,
some round 2 guys. You're right. A lot of these visits are not even first-round guys at all.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know if that's happening really at any position.
Okay. Yeah, I might be right.
We also, how many do we don't know all of them yet. We don't even, they haven't had all of them yet. I think this is around the time they go up to. I think it's like a week out or something along those lines. Josiah Trotter is a linebacker I saw that they had in, right? And he is maybe like late first territory. So there's a linebacker that I saw talked up a little bit as an idea for them.
Joe Marino on lots of this tomorrow, 9 days from the draft. Mason in Dallas. Mason, good morning.
Hey, guys. I know we're talking Bills. I just wanted to mention one thing about the Sabres and just how happy I was last night watching those guys win the Atlantic, clinch the Atlantic. I couldn't have been alone in watching a bunch of old Rick Jeanneret clips and just really excited for the playoffs. So thanks for taking my call, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's a move today. Go down nostalgia lane. Is there a video? Can I watch all the goals from like the 06 playoffs? That's got to be a video out there, right?
What's your favorite playoff goal of your playoff life?
My favorite goal is going to be... It's hard to not say Max in Game 5 for me.
Right. It's hard for me not to say Drury in Game 5.
Yeah. That game specifically, but I would go Max just because he was my favorite player, and he's Supermaning at center ice, and the emotion, the roller coaster of that game, yeah.
Right, you pull victory from the jaws of defeat.
Right.
7.7 seconds to go.
Yep.
Being there for that, I can remember I called my mom during the intermission. Like I'm walking around the concourse, blowing off steam, just called my mom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's overtime.
Right.
Holy cow, this is nuts.
I think also the Dumont goal in Game 3 is really high up for me because...
That's euphoria.
Like, Pominville is incredible, legendary moment, legendary call. It should be. But, I don't know. I already felt like they were going to win the series. If I'm really trying to remember what I thought at 11. They were up 3-0. It's like they got this. They're going to win this series. At the time, especially, I'm like, 3-0, you're going to win that series. I don't think I maybe knew how good Ottawa really was or was supposed to be. So maybe the stress was off a little bit. Game 3 was like, okay, they're going to win this series. They're up 3-0 now. They're going to win this series. And that's at home too. Like the Dumont goal is going to be really high up there for me. I mean, the goal itself isn't like the most impressive, right? He barely even got it. He got a piece. He got a piece of it,
like a change-up knuckle puck,
right? But the reaction and the feeling of the Dumont goal is always going to be like right there at the top for me, top 3.
Briere in Game 1 of 05-06.
It's great. Yep.
803-0550. To join us, the playoffs will come this weekend. Games will be here. Man, the things that are being thrown together right now, all the bars, like.
Mm-hmm.
But buy your chalkboards, buy your A-frames, put them outside your bars, right? Watch the game.
Yeah.
All the logos that are changing around town, all the official car wash, official this, official that. You're seeing Sabres logos everywhere.
Yeah.
Everybody's got hats.
They might have been changed over to the Bandits by now in past years.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get Extendo Sports in and then hand off to Sal Capaccio on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. It's coming up, Sal, 10 o'clock here on WGR. When thinking of which NHL opponent you'd like to avoid in a series, what do you want to avoid more? And this is the conversation about Boston versus Ottawa. It's down to Boston and Ottawa. The Sabres will play either the Bruins or the Sens. And do you want to avoid the stud goalie or the opponent's system/style? Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook. Do you want to avoid official Swayman, WGR, or do you want to avoid what Ottawa does, which is not give up a lot? Boston is slow. They're a slow team. The Sabres are a fast team. Like in terms of the data about speed bursts and how fast teams skate, Boston is the slowest team. They play slow.
Yeah.
They play slow and the Sabres play fast. So, but they have Swayman, and maybe you think he could turn the tide versus Ottawa, who their system and style is very good, and their goalie has let them down a lot of the season. So, understanding it, once you get to the playoffs, goalie is voodoo. So,
yeah, Sabres are the third fastest team in the league by like almost every, like 20 to 22 miles per hour. They're third, like 18 to 20 miles per hour. They're first.
Boston,
this is the thing about NHL Edge. They don't like to really point out who's bad at things. They only show you the top 10.
Yeah,
and Boston's not in the top 10. So they are considered to be slower, play along the wall, keep things in front of them. And I think they know who they are. You look at their skaters and go, yeah, this is not really filled with guys that are moving up and down the ice at will against you. It's Zadorovs and it's Sean Corrali and it's guys like that. They could be tough to play against, but I love that type of team for the Sabres. That to me is different than Ottawa. I think Ottawa can skate with the Sabres. They just kind of don't. They don't need to. They can play physical and heavy, and that's Kachuk, and that's a lot of their guys. So Ottawa, to me, is just a more talented group. And I think, their goaltending should definitely be considered less trustworthy going into the playoffs.
Yeah.
But Allmark is playing better. That doesn't mean you have to guarantee he's going to play well in the playoffs. He's had great seasons, then not played well in the playoffs. But he has played better as of late. And to me, of the two, what's the best possible challenge you could get? It's Ottawa with good goaltending.
Mm-hmm.
If they got good goaltending, that's your hardest matchup. Boston, you're seeing them max out. They don't have another level. Ottawa does have another level. They just got to get the saves. Boston's doing all they can do. They've got to get Swayman to kind of carry them, and I would rather play a team that doesn't have another gear.
To your conversation with Mike North, Sal, is the biggest question this year for NFL scheduling that you had that's different from previous years is how does the league treat a new stadium? How do they want to show that off, and how do broadcast partners get involved in that?
Yeah, for sure. Somebody told me 1980 for the Bills and Sabres, but I'm looking. I want to make sure, so you guys can look at that. I think that was there. Yeah, they were. They did 1980 Bills and Sabres. There you go, Joe. There it is. 1980.
Okay,
it happened. 79-80 for the Sabres, who were good. Okay, Jeremy, to answer your question, we came right out of the chute with it. About the stadium, and yes, there was a story recently in the Buffalo News where I believe Pete Welly said like they'd like to have primetime as the opener. And we all know that, right? The Bills would love to show off that stadium very early in the season. We know the NFL loves to highlight stadiums early in the season. We also know, even though you could put, as Mike North said, kind of any game in there, it's going to fit. It's going to be fine. The Bills have an amazing home schedule this year and a really tough one, home and road. So you're going to have no shortage of choices and options. What I find interesting, though, is when we talk about it on the pod, as you can hear Mike North, primetime means a lot of things these days, right? Which is Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night. He even said something like, we could put that game on Thursday night on Amazon, have Fitz go in there and tear off his shirt, right? That could fit. So you don't know, and we don't know what it could be. And it is on the table to not just be in week one. He even mentioned, hey, teams don't normally go on the road for 2 weeks in a row, but is that possible? Sure it is, because they have a lot going on in week one. Now, it's possible this could he's not going to reveal the schedule, and everybody, I know whenever we do this, it's like, well, everything's still on the table, of course, but you can at least get the thought process of they could do it week one, but hey, the Bills have a couple preseason games. Let's work out the kinks. Maybe you don't go back to Buffalo until week 2 or week 3 even to make sure everything's all set inside the stadium. Yeah. So everything's kind of on the table, but there are a lot of imaginations and possibilities.
Today's the anniversary of the Flyers scoring a playoff goal against the Sabres through the side of the net.
Oh, LeClaire?
John LeClaire. And Hasek immediately looking down on the side of the net and not knowing, like, wait, how did that go in? He knew.
And it counted.
It counted. The video's funny because you see it, like, it's a couple minutes later, Darcy Regier, that camera goes up to him in the booth, and he's standing on, like, he's going to fall. He's standing up on top of the barrier so that he can reach the TV and point at it to the video review guy that he's currently screaming at.
Did they review it?
No, they didn't review it. The video guy didn't review it.
It's funny, like, we now live in a world where
Darcy is up on the barrier he's got the pen pointing at the TV.
You have a goal taken off the board if 1 pixel worth of your skate is over the blue line. And back then, it went through the net in a hole that's not supposed to exist.
Yeah. They zip-tied it closed.
Even if there was no review, shouldn't there have been this is like Sky Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement. We have looked and we have common sense in our brains, and we see that this goal was not actually scored.
Uh-huh.
And we're taking it off the board. They boo in the building. Then everyone watches replay and is like, well, I mean, all right, that's not a goal.
Right. Imagine being upset that you didn't
that
get
should have counted.
We didn't get the goal that didn't go in the net.
It didn't actually go
Well, it did go in the net, but it went through the side of the net.
Right. I remember that game.
2000?
I remember it just because of the goal.
Lindy was the coach.
Right. How about our conversation with Lindy? Like
Lindy
all
was
these
the coach.
all these memories. Like
Could
Lindy
have brought that up.
Lindy, not only do you know what playoffs are like, you know what it's going to be like you're going to be standing in the same spot.
All right.
The last time this team was in the playoffs, you were on that bench. Which I was just thinking, we haven't said the name Kevin Adams today. I think Kevin Adams feels today. He also hired Lindy. How much of that was him deciding this is the right choice because he got like Lindy's fired and it's that guy. And I remember when he made the call on Granato, he said, I know who we need. I know who it is. I know who's right. You know, he laid a lot about accountability, which I don't know that was actually what needed to be changed. But Lindy as the hire here has definitely worked.
He's probably beside himself that all this has happened. Feels like he was wrong. I don't know. The guy's going to get a job in hockey again because this season has happened, and that would have never happened otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably right.
He's the second betting favorite for the Leafs job right now. That would not have happened otherwise.
We're back tomorrow. Sal's coming up. Enjoy your banner hanging Victory Tuesday. Sabres win the Atlantic. We're back tomorrow. Counting down to the draft. Joe Marino tomorrow. Much more here on WGR.